Hey there, friends. Raspy, scratchy voice Raven here, as you can clearly tell. Unfortunately, as things have been going, my voice has still not come back. I know that some of you will say that my voice sounds fine, but I will have to say that we will agree to disagree because I can hear the pitch shifting and how it sounds with the issues in my throat, and it's raspy. Um, as I mentioned on Saturday, I pretty much lost my voice, and it has not quite come back yet. I know that I've been having to make a lot of excuses for my voice lately, and I hate that. But it really does feel like since the beginning of October, whenever I got COVID, my voice has been just doing random things. There was a solid 2 weeks, or a week, I don't remember, where everything was great. My voice sounded fine. I was able to do a lot of work. I got the videos out, and I was super happy with everything. And then it stopped working with me again. I have taken everybody's advice. Tea with lemon and honey. I've done hot teas. I've done just hot tea with nothing in it. I've gargled water with salt. It's not doing much. I've tried doing vocal fry exercises. I've tried singing to kind of push the air out there. I've tried speaking by like pushing my diaphragm harder, and it's not working. So my voice is still causing me problems randomly, as you can tell. I will say I do have a doctor's appointment on the 6th of December, and I intend to talk to them to see if there's anything they can do, or if there's anything wrong with my throat, potentially. I may have to go see an ENT, I don't know. But, unfortunately, my voice is my career at this point in time with this work, with doing this channel. So, I can't push it too hard, and I also don't want to give you content that sounds like absolute ass, if you know what I mean. I just refuse to make videos with really poor quality, and I don't want you to have to sit here and listen to me sound like this for half an hour. So we're not going to do that. I'm not going to subject you all to me sounding like this for half an hour. It's just not going to happen. So instead, what I decided to do, I decided to go through my Glitch in the Matrix stories that I've done from my spreadsheet, because I have all my stories saved on a spreadsheet. And I decided to pull the stories that are about time slips and quantum immortality. This may not be all of the stories, but it's some of the best ones. Stories that are about gaps in time, and then also stories where people feel like they've woken up in an alternate timeline. I thought that'd be a good collection, so we will see how it goes, and I hope you enjoy it. I guess there are two other things I do have to address here in this intro. Word of the week. I will do the word of the week next week. There will not be one this week. I'll take all the comments from last week and this week and put it on next week's video. And while I do apologize for this, I do have one more compilation that I have planned at the end of the year. The last week of the year, the glitch video will be a best of 2022 glitch stories, where I'll just choose several of my favorite glitch stories and make a compilation out of it. So, again, I do sincerely apologize for having to do a compilation. I hate doing them so much, I really do, but I can't make a half-hour video sounding like this. So, we'll see how I sound on Wednesday. That video may come out Thursday, depending. But we'll see how it goes. Of course, friends, thank you as always for supporting me. If you don't want to watch this video, I totally get it. But if you do, thank you. And with all that out of the way, I hope that you enjoy, and of course, sleep well. I'm originally from England, and I'm going to be a bit vague with this, but I was born and raised in Essex. When I hit my adult years, I was given the opportunity to come over to the US to further my education, and I took it. Long story short, I ended up getting married and have lived in the Chicago area ever since. I think that's enough backstory to really explain who I am, and why things were going on when this glitch took place. A few years ago, I decided that I wanted to take some time off and fly back overseas to visit my parents. It had been a while since I'd seen my hometown, and I figured it would be a nice way to spend a couple of weeks in the summer. Unfortunately, my husband couldn't take the time off from work, and we decided that we didn't want to take our 6-year-old son on an airplane to another country. But he was able to at least take the days off to take me to the airport and pick me up when I returned. On the day that I was supposed to leave, we ended up waking up late because our alarms seemingly didn't go off, and I was freaking out about the possibility of missing my flight. I remember that the whole morning was chaotic, and I felt like I was going crazy. Thankfully, I had taken the time the night before to pack and get my luggage in the car, so we didn't lose too much time, but I remember feeling like I was in a major panic the entire time. I remember checking my ticket, checking the departure time, and I recall that I had an hour and a half at most to get there and get through everything. Honestly, I was fairly upset. We had both set several alarms to make sure that I got up on time and didn't miss the flight. When we got to the airport, I remember him parking and getting my son out so that we could say goodbye before I actually went through security. But something felt really off. Again, I know that's vague, but I'll explain it the best I can. The minute I walked through the doors of the airport, the air felt heavier, and the overall mood felt solemn. It almost felt like time slowed down and like everyone that walked by was staring at me as they passed. I know that sounds really weird, but it's honestly the best way that I can explain what it was that happened. Something changed as soon as I walked in those doors, and I have no idea what it was or why it happened. Anyways, I get my luggage checked and everything all taken care of, and I'm rushing through the process so I can get through security as quickly as possible. I'm making a quick walk back toward the gate, and my husband and son are trying to keep up when he asks me why I'm rushing so much. I just kind of stared at him. Did he not remember how much we were panicking this morning to get out the door and get here? I told him that we were running late, and that I needed to get through security ASAP. To which he looked at his wrist, then back at me, and drops a bombshell that confused the hell out of me. He stares at me confused and then says that my flight doesn't leave for around 3 hours. I was shocked by him saying this. I had an hour and a half left when we left home. Had he just remembered the time wrong? I ask what he's talking about and pull up my ticket to look at the departure time. And he was right. 2 hours and 43 minutes before my flight. I asked him how that was possible. We woke up late, and I asked why we were freaking out so much to leave the house if we had that much time left to go. He again stares at me confused, and explains that we woke up on time. He completely disregards my statement, and tells me that the entire morning has been a smooth ride, and that everything has gone as it was supposed to. I mentioned the alarms not going off. He says that his alarm went off and that he woke me up that morning. He then tells me that he noticed about halfway here that I was looking upset, and he kind of just chuckled and asked if it was because I thought I was late. I told him no, and moved on. I honestly was done trying to explain it. I have no idea what the hell happened when I walked through those doors, but it was as if my entire morning had been reset to how it was supposed to be. We weren't late, there was no panic, and we had woken up on time to the alarms. I distinctly remember all this, though There's no doubt in my mind that my version of events happened. I just don't think they happened in whatever timeline I shifted to. Alright, I'm new to this sub, so please excuse any mistakes I make, but this has got me quite freaked out. So, I'm female, 21, am a line cook who works a night shift. So I wake up relatively late. My alarm goes off every day at 12:40 p.m., and today was no different. I woke up and started the usual morning routine, keeping track of how long I had to get ready with the analog clock in my bathroom. As I'm heading out the door, I pack my Switch, the console, into my bag so I can play something on my lunch break, checking the battery level as I do. Right next to the battery gauge is the time, reading 1:20 p.m. All is normal so far. I head out the door, and I get in my Uber to go to work. Things get weird about 15 minutes into the 20-minute drive when my phone started going off in my pocket. I pull it out, only to see my 12:40 alarm was going off. It took a second for the confusion to set in, but when it did, my first thought being, wait, did I wake up too early? Wait, no, my alarm. Huh, wait, what? My next move was to figure out if my phone, for some reason, was in a different time zone by texting my coworkers who scheduled to come in an hour before me. Succinctly, no, not at work yet and not running late either. Then I started Googling when daylight savings time kicked in. Stupid, I know, but I was confused as hell. So I wound up chilling out in a Starbucks a few blocks away until it was actually time for me to come into work. But I'm still shaken. Hopefully this doesn't become a daily thing. So, this happened earlier today, and I'm still trying to process it as it makes zero sense. A friend of mine and I traveled together between two towns earlier today. We agreed that he would pick me up at 8 p.m. We were both on time, and he made a joke how we were both very punctual, because that's not usually the case when we're meeting. We got in the car, and he showed that his car had gas for exactly 681 kilometers more. A joke about our country being formed in year 681, which will be important later on. So we drove off pretty much immediately on what usually is a 1 hour and 45 minute to 2 hours drive journey. We were expecting to arrive at roughly 10 p.m. The journey itself was on a road that we've both traveled hundreds of times, so we know it very well. It's only 95 kilometers, but the road is through the mountains, so you can't really drive fast, and that's why it usually takes at least an hour and a half at the very minimum. There wasn't a lot of traffic in our direction, so we had a relaxed time chatting and driving. Also, my friend is usually a pretty slow driver, and his car isn't all that powerful. He was pretty much driving how he always does. There wasn't a single time I thought he was speeding or anything, and his driving was never brought into the conversation because of how routine everything felt. Nothing really special happened during the drive up until we arrived in the destination town, and my friend said that that felt like the quickest journey he had had on that road ever in his life. I felt the same way, and so we checked the clock, and it was showing 20 hours 45 minutes. Only 45 minutes had passed somehow. We were both really baffled because that's just not possible. I've been in cars speeding like hell on that road, and they never even come close to a time like that, let alone with my friend's slow driving. What also adds to the mystery is now his car is showing it has enough gas to go for another 652 kilometers, like we've only traveled for 30 km. I know it's a moving metric based on how you drive, but this isn't making any sense considering how consistent he is in his driving style. He also called his grandmother to tell her we've arrived, who he had just seen before we left. And she thought he was lying because only 45 minutes had passed, and we couldn't have possibly arrived yet. I'm still not sure what to do after these bizarre events. I just realized there's another detail I missed in my story when posting, because I thought it was just a random weird thing yesterday, but it might be part of the whole glitch now that I have put some thought into it. We were listening to music on the radio while driving, and just as we were parking, on arrival, the station started to glitch for a second, and then a clear broadcast started. It sounded like an emergency broadcast in an American English reporting a terrorist attack that killed 27 or 29 people. The weird thing is, I'm far away from the US and there are no English radios here. To add to the strangeness, I couldn't find a report of this even yesterday on any newsletter that I checked. This happened to me this morning when I got into work, and I have no idea whatsoever how it happened. I arrived at work this morning at 7:45 and sat in my car for nearly 10 minutes before gathering my lunch and exiting my car to head into work and clock in. My fellow office mates, 8 of us total, tend to arrive after me 2 or 3 minutes before we begin our day at 8 a.m. Today was different. When I exited my car and headed in for the office, none of my office mates had arrived yet. My coworkers who work in shipping and receiving, meanwhile, have been at work since 7:30 in the morning. I walked through the lobby, punched in the security code to access the warehouse, and headed for the break area to clock in on the biometric palm scanner. The device gave an affirmative message and displayed the time I clocked in, 7:56 a.m. Great. I opened the refrigerator door and placed my lunch towards the back of the top shelf before heading to the one and only stairwell to my office. This is where the glitch happened. I walked up the flight of steps and, to my shock, all of my coworkers were already at their workstation. I asked, completely startled, "When did you all get here?" They looked at me confused. Claire, our marketing manager, said we've been here for an hour. We're about to head into my boss's office for the production meeting. Where have you been? Still shocked, I said, "Where have I been? It's only about 3 minutes before 8:00, as I gestured towards my workstation. The time on my lock screen said 8:58 a.m. Somehow, I lost an hour of my time walking up the stairwell to go to my office. Does anybody have an explanation for how this could have happened? I'm not really sure how to describe this story in a way that makes sense. I, 20 female, was 19 at the time. I had just gotten off work and left my office to pick up my boyfriend at the time. We both worked the swing shift. I got off at 11:30 and him at midnight, and we only had one car. Anyways, I had just gotten off the highway and was turning on to the street that his office was on. About a quarter of a mile down the road, there was an intersection, and the light was red. It was also filled with smoke, and there were some boys standing in the intersection. I think they were crossing the street. The intersection also had a high school campus on it, and the football field was directly next to the street. As I pulled up to the intersection, I slowed down and stopped way earlier than I needed to because the scene was weird. I could see more people standing in the smoke and some boys on the football field. And then a loud, dusty old sedan drove through the intersection on a red and sped off in the direction that I was headed. And people started getting out of their cars and running down the street towards me. The van in front of me was slowly backing up too. I noped out of there. I made a U-turn in the middle of the street and drove back towards the highway. As I drove away, I started to hear gunshots. I called my then boyfriend to tell him it was going to take me longer to come pick him up. I told him what had happened, and I was pretty panicked. Then I picked him up and we went home. At home, I looked up the news and checked it for days. I never saw a thing. I also looked up the intersection to see if any news would pop up, and Google Maps said there was a gas station and a Walgreens. I did some more research, and the high school that I had seen hadn't existed in 40 years. The next night, when I was driving to pick up the boyfriend, I paid attention to the intersection. There was no high school. I'm so glad that I found this forum because I recently had a strange experience that I can't really explain, and I've had nowhere to talk about it, and no one to talk about it with until now. I hope I explain it well enough. This is my first ever Reddit post, so I hope it's acceptable for you all. Here goes. My birthday is the 6th of October, and this last one was quite uneventful with one exception. Let me first preface a little by saying that between 1 to 2 days before my birthday, I had 3 different unrelated people tell me, "Happy belated birthday," which I thought nothing of when the first person said it, but by the third time, I was thinking maybe I should check my Facebook profile and see if it changed somehow. So I checked it, and it hadn't. It was set to show the correct birthday. Fast forward to the night of the 4th, and my partner, after a long commute, got home from work at 7 p.m. and started complaining about a match with his favorite soccer team. They're usually a very excellent team, and win majority of their matches. He was enthusiastically telling me that they had lost against a team that was known to not be so stellar. He told me the score was 7-2, which he repeated several times throughout the night in disbelief. When this conversation happened, I was sitting in the chair at our dining table, and he was sitting at our 2-seater lounge, around 2 meters, or 6-ish feet, away. Fast forward again to the next day, the 5th, and it's about 5 p.m. My partner had just gotten off work and sent me a screenshot of a score message saying that he was so upset with his favorite team that they lost 7-2. I told him, "Yeah, don't you remember? We had this conversation last night. They lost 7-2 because of blah blah blah." And he said, "What conversation? I have no idea what you're talking about." Needless to say, I was confused at this point, and thought that he was acting strangely. What was he talking about? We absolutely 100% had that conversation. There's zero doubt in my mind. I was there, in person. It happened, and it wasn't a dream. So, I pushed further and described what I remembered. He said, "What are you talking about? That didn't happen. There's no way that we talked about this last night. They didn't even play until 2 a.m. this morning." So, I furiously went on to Google to find the list of game times, and to my shock, he was right. The only game that had the score result of 7-2 was a match that was played that very morning at 2 a.m. my time. There was absolutely nothing the night before, when we clearly had that conversation. But I was the only one remembering that it happened. So that, coupled with the odd, belated birthday wishes when it wasn't even my birthday yet, made me kind of wonder if I was somehow glitched forward in time to a day later for a short period. I'm still just as confused about it. He also denies it happened, including where we were sitting. Too long didn't read, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey, reality is weird. I experienced an event that apparently didn't happen until the day after. And yes, to anyone listening, I read that too long didn't read just so I could say, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey. I hope you liked it. Just a quick warning, this story does mention a suicide attempt, so go to the timestamps down below if you'd rather not hear about that. I know the duplication of objects is not an uncommon scenario that people share on this sub, but I thought I would share my little story. So, my mother has this black leather jacket, authentic cow leather, custom made in East Africa from back in the early 80s. It has a belt loop on each side of the waist. Only one belt was made for it, although it looks more like a leather rope as it has no buckle or holes, and it's only adjustable by tying a knot on the front. When I was 16, my mother let me keep this leather jacket. She claimed that she had outgrown it and hadn't worn it in over 2 decades. I must admit, it's still the coolest looking garment that I own. When I was 19, I had used this particular belt for a partial suspension hanging. What I was going through at the time is irrelevant to this story. This belt couldn't be mistaken for any other belt, and I had found that it worked best as the knot I had tied had a tight grip on the rail in my wardrobe, which was very sturdy. Evidently my plan came to naught, and I tried to untie the belt knot from the rail, but it was to no avail because of how tight it was, so I just left it there, ignoring the noose that hung against my clothing. Kinda morbid, but eventually it didn't bother me. Nobody else knew about it either. About a month ago, I was looking for a belt to wear with my corduroy trousers, and as I'm rummaging through my drawer, I pull out the leather belt. I'm stunned because my first thought is that my mother must have found it in my wardrobe, untied it, and put it in my drawer, but the belt looked fresh. No wrinkles from where the knot would have been. I opened my wardrobe, and the noose was still there, between my clothing. I'm now analyzing both of them, and they are identical. I thought it was weird, so I asked my mother if the jacket came with 2 belts by any chance, and she said no, with full certainty. I've pondered the quantum immortality theory, where I may have actually committed suicide in an alternate timeline, which led to me being transported to a timeline where I didn't do it, but who knows. Has anyone else fast-forwarded in time while exercising? I gained 17 minutes on a 1-hour run mysteriously. For a TLDR, it's like I was zapped 17 minutes forward on a run, making a normally 1-hour run into a 1-hour and 17-minute run. And for the reasons I'll explain below, that's weird. I've been running for over 2 decades now. Because I've run so much, it may be the thing I know best in life. Right now. I know how long my runs usually are, how fast I run, all the details. Normally, I run for 1 hour on the beach. An ocean beach in San Francisco. That means a 30-minute run out, and a 30-minute run back. Let's call those the 2 legs, and normally the difference between the legs is on the order of 1 to 2 minutes. Yesterday, I experienced something abnormally greater than that, which I still can't puzzle out. My run started very normally. I remember on my way out the door, looking at the stove clock, and thinking it's a little past 10, 10:04 or something. I cross the street, and there's kind of a big group of ravens on the ground. I plowed through the middle of them. I wasn't trying to be rude or to purposefully antagonize them. The path to the beach went through their group. Maybe one of them moved away from me, hopped a few feet away. I was a little disruptive, but not, at least I don't think, excessively so. It felt like one of them glared at me, but I didn't make much of it. So, I get to the beach very close to where I live. It's windy and cold, and this will become important later. I decided to go right this time instead of my usual left. I check my watch. It says something 21. To explain the vagueness, I used to run with my phone, but it's damn heavy. And of course, a phone is precious, and I don't want it getting water or sand in it. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere, as a wise man once said. So, I got this cheap wristwatch on the internet. The cheapest possible wristwatch, which isn't even set to the accurate time. I just know that if I start at 6:21 on the watch, and I want to run for an hour, as I did this time, I need to turn around at 6:51. To be back home at 7:21. Most days when I run every other day, I finish within 2 to 3 minutes of that. It varies very little. So, I do my usual run. Nothing too noteworthy happens. At one point, I see a guy running his ATV on the sand, and I think he's not supposed to do that. The first time I'd seen him out, I saw him one other time, I saw him in a construction vest and a helmet, and I thought he was working for the city. But this time, I think he's doing that on purpose. He wants people to think he's on official city business. Really, he doesn't want to be identified, thus the helmet, because he's not supposed to be using his ATV here on the sand. Then, shortly after seeing him, I see a kid standing on a small sand cliff and yelling. He's just yelling at nothing, going like, ah, loudly, towards a spot that I passed through. At first, I wondered if that was mentally disturbed person I've seen in the area, who I've also seen yelling around here, life in San Fran, but he seemed younger, like 10, and wearing a nice puffy jacket. I get close to the turnaround point. I thought about checking my watch earlier, but I decided, no, I don't want to tease myself with being able to turn around when it's not time. I'll check it when it's closer to the time. So, I check at what seems like the earliest possible turnaround point, and it's something 08. Huh? It should have been something 51. I do the math, around 17 minutes off. Did the watch malfunction? I'm not sure. How did this run take so long? I run back. I note, weird, that kid is still yelling. He was yelling 15 minutes ago, and he's still yelling. Whatever. The ATV guy is still there, a little past him. On the way back, we seem to stay in each other's sights. As he's headed in my direction, goes past it, and then comes back. This time, I'm much more focused at the end of my run on my watch, and it reads perfectly, exactly as expected when I finish something 38. It took 30 minutes. We're back in normal time now. The watch isn't malfunctioning anymore, if it ever was. Note, it wasn't. So, I remember now. I have a second source of truth. I looked at the stove when I left. I checked it when I get back to my room. It says 11:23 or so. Weird. That matches up with what I would expect if the wristwatch time is accurate. So, the run took 1 hour and 17 minutes. But how? I decide to check Google Maps for the first leg of the run, how long that would take at that speed. According to Google Maps, 47 minutes is how long it would take to walk to the turnaround point, which seems about right, if I had actually walked. But first of all, I was running. I know it. And secondly, even if I had been walking, I would have been frigid from the sea wind and getting continuous feedback from my body to run and warm the hell up, because I was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. I'm not so physically tough that I can walk in 60-degree weather into a stiff ocean breeze and not even notice. I would notice every second and be very uncomfortable. In fact, I went out today and tried walking in that outfit and was like, yeah, confirmed. This is very cold and very unpleasant. I only walked for 1 to 2 minutes and noticed that I was cold and disliking it the whole time before turning around back to return to my place. One more thing, as a runner. When you run in one direction and then come back the way you came and are faster on the way back, they call that negative splits. Normally it's like, I finished 2 minutes faster. Hooray. It's not easy. This time, in my negative splits, I finished almost 50% faster. Like 2 decades ago, I could occasionally, with maniacal focus, pull off a negative split, but never anything of this order. Even a measly 10% improvement would have been impressive. This blows that away. I'm decades older now, too. So, I don't get it. It's like from 1 second to the next, I was catapulted 17 minutes into the future. There was no perceptual tell for me. It was a totally normal run, totally normal experience, except I lost 17 minutes of it. I'll finish by mentioning a couple things that could or could not be relevant. There was a story of a runner disappearing in the Bay Area. Someone said it sounded like David Paulide's story, the missing 411 guy. I said no, it doesn't. It sounds like a normal runner falling off a trail. Nothing eerie about it. I commented on this and then went on my run. They were very close together. Then, this morning, I had a dream that I remembered where one moment stood out. I was in a very dreamlike situation, in a classroom auditorium. There was a bowling ball that rolled loose from high up in the seats, where I was, and rolled down to the bottom of the auditorium. I chased after it. At the bottom, I remember I was swaddling it in a cloth and moved it next to a little door, like a fairy door. And then I remember thinking, move it away, the fairy folks aren't going to like that. And I had a feeling that I'd screwed up, but I'd try to make it better, and I would try to make the attempt. And I swaddled it and moved it away from the door a little. I don't have any good explanation for all this. I'm sure my run was 17 minutes longer than usual, all on one leg, too, on what should have been the faster one. I got more confirmation of this today when I checked to see what time 21 on my wristwatch meant on the stove clock, and it was 04, exactly as expected. Everything suggests that the run took 1 hour and 17 minutes, except that time is so much longer than I would have had to have been walking it on the way out. And I would have had to have been so much faster on the way back that it's like I found a power-up, which just doesn't compute. My take? I have no idea what happened, but I'm going to be more respectful around the ravens next time I run across them. Next time, I'll take the long way around them. Still, not really an answer, and while I don't think I'll get one, I would like to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. All names used here are fake. So, here's a small background. I was trying to get over an ex at the time. My friend Maggie randomly texted me saying, "Hey, would you be opposed to going on a date with Audrey?" Audrey is a mutual friend, and I say no. So I try to talk to her, but I don't feel any sparks. The next day, I try to ask a group of friends to hang out. There's one girl in the group, and one of my other friends in the group texts me saying, "Dude, stop hitting on Alexandria. Focus on Audrey." I'm just like, ugh. Later that day, I was spaced out at a traffic light, completely sober, when the truck in front of me turns right. I automatically think, the light must be green, and so I go. I hear some light honking, but I ignore it. I was halfway through the intersection, 30 miles per hour back road with the 55 mile per hour highway, when I realized that the light was red. And for some reason, I stopped. I heard a car behind me swerve to not hit me, so I kept going and had to stop on the side of the road to process what just happened. This is when things get weird. My friends never mentioned Audrey to me again. A month later, she starts dating somebody else, Jake, so I assume that was why. However, a few months later, I bring it up to Maggie about how she tried setting me up with Audrey, and she just stares at me blankly and says, "No, we were trying to set her up with Jake." I thought she was pulling my chain, but I went back to the old text messages, and I couldn't find any that mentioned Audrey in the first place, let alone any of my friends trying to set me up with her. The weird thing about this experience is I didn't black out. I was conscious the whole time, so I don't know if I died and switched to another reality, but I know damn well that I was not imagining this. Also, Maggie claims that she had been having consistent dreams of me dying, and they stopped whenever this event happened. This isn't a particularly dramatic story, but I thought I'd share it anyways. So, every Saturday, my dad and I go shopping. I was still in bed on my phone when my mom came in to tell me to get ready, as my dad would be back soon to pick me up as he was running some errands in town. So, I start getting dressed and also feed my goldfish. I have one disabled goldfish that actually needs to be hand-fed, and another fish who will only eat crunched-up food, so it actually takes me a while to feed them. As I'm feeding my fish, I see my dad's gray car pull up in our driveway, and I know it's him because he's in the driver's side seat wearing his bright orange parka jacket, which is quite distinctive. I think to myself, damn it, I really need to hurry up, because if my dad comes up to my room, he'll find me still half-dressed, hand-feeding my fish, and not ready at all, like I promised. Finally, I finish feeding my fish and getting dressed, and still no sign of my dad. So I assume he was in the car on his phone. I see my mom watching TV in the living room, and I also hear someone in the kitchen. So I figured it's my dad checking the mail or making coffee. So I grab my mask and put on my coat. I'm still in my bedroom when my phone rings, and it's my dad calling. I get mildly annoyed because if my dad is in the kitchen downstairs, why can't he just come up to my room to tell me to come down or just call out to me? I distinctly thought this. Still, I pick up anyway, assuming he's in the kitchen, and he tells me he's about 10 minutes away in his car. That's when I realize my dad hasn't actually come back yet. But I was sure that I saw him pull in, and also heard movement in the kitchen that wasn't me, my mom, or our dogs, because We were all upstairs. Finally, my dad arrives, and I see he's wearing his orange parka like I saw originally. I asked him about it, and he said he only just came back, and he hasn't made 2 trips back to our house, so I guess it must have been a glitch. I'll begin by stating that this happened almost 2 years ago, but I still can't explain it. One evening, my partner and I were casually sat on the sofa, talking and watching some crap TV show. After some cuddling, we were in the mood, so decided to move things to the bedroom. After we'd finished the deed, she asked if I'd like something to eat, to which I replied, "Yeah, grab me a packet of crisps, please." And then she walked off. I sat up to grab my clothes when I felt an odd sensation of both deja vu and heightened anxiety for no apparent reason. I shrugged it off, got up, made a cup of tea, and then sat on the sofa again. The next thing I remember is waking up. It was broad daylight out, and I could hear people/kids out on the road, along with traffic going by, but I was still in my t-shirt and jeans from the night before. I looked at my bedside clock, but it had stopped at 2:44 a.m., despite having a new battery put in it roughly 3 weeks prior. I remembered that I had a Fitbit on my wrist, but upon pressing the little sensor, I realized the battery was completely dead. Not even the battery icon flashed up. It was totally flat. As I sat up, my partner woke up and stretched before saying good morning. She was also in her clothes. I noticed that my head felt extremely fuzzy, and it felt like I was lagging compared to the world around me. She noticed that I looked confused and asked what was wrong, to which I asked, do you remember actually going to bed last night? I'm kind of panicking because I don't. As I finished my sentence, she bolted up and went to check on her phone for the time while also visibly concerned. She couldn't find it, so I told her to check the living room. As I walked in, I realized that not only were the lamps still on, but the TV was also on and my partner's phone was on the arm of the sofa. She would always put it there when she wasn't using it. However, it was odd that she would have left it out there since she always brings it into the bedroom with her in case she gets an important phone call during the night. I took her phone with me to give it to her, but as I walked through the bedroom door, she said, "I'm worried. I can't remember either. I'm trying to think, but the last thing I remember is us drinking our tea while sat on the sofa, talking about something on TV." I told her about the living room lights still being turned on, as well as the TV, which alarmed her even more. She got up from the bed and walked to the front door, so I asked what she was doing, and she says, "Why is the door unlocked?" This was another oddity. We hadn't been out that day, and I very clearly remember locking the front door the day before when we had gotten home from shopping. Plus, our town is pretty nasty, so we're big on keeping the doors and windows locked at night. She went to check her phone, but that was also completely drained, so we went into the living room and looked at my PC clock, which said the time was 9:17 a.m. So there were 9 hours that neither of us could account for. We racked our brain for days, but neither of us could come up with any kind of rational explanation. Neither of us were overly tired, no history of memory problems. We even started to think that maybe someone got into our flat and put something in the tea we drank before waking up, but that makes absolutely zero sense. Nothing was robbed. Everything was exactly how we had put it the night before,
but it was like we had decided to just head to bed without turning anything off. The most logical thing I could think of was a possible gas leak, but I still don't think that was it. We had a gas inspection no more than 6 weeks before this happened, and everything checked out. Plus, we have 3 detectors in different rooms, the kitchen, the bedroom, and the living room, but none of them went off. Fast forward about 8 days, and we were in the middle of a mild heat wave, so I was sat with no top on. I got up to grab something when my partner asked what I had sat in. I wiped off my butt, but she said, "No, come here, it's on your back." She grabbed a wet wipe, but quickly realized that the marks were on/in my skin. They were really tiny squares on the lower lumbar of my back. Just a small patch of roughly an inch or so. They were reddish brown and resembled bruising or a half-healed burn. I hadn't sat anywhere new in days due to not going out anywhere, and nothing in our flat had left the imprint on my back. We checked everything from leaning against walls and appliances to the mattress and the springs, but we couldn't come up with anything. I'm not saying the markings are related to the blackout of memory, but it's just, extremely strange and coincidental. Anyways, that's my weird story. Update for those interested. So, I took the photo of the markings on my back on my old phone, which has sat in the bedroom drawer for well over a year now. Upon turning it on, I found that every file on the SD card in the device was corrupt, and has somehow managed to corrupt all of my other photos. I have no idea how this happened, but I have a feeling it may have been dropped when we were moving. As you can imagine, I'm pretty pissed off with this for many reasons. I've lost a lot of family photos that hadn't been backed up, as well as the photograph of the marks. I'm going to try to recover anything that I can, but honestly, I'm not hopeful that it will be possible.
I live in upstate New York, near the Catskills, so if anyone else experienced this, I would like to know. Obligatory, I'm not currently under any influence on any medication or sleep deprived, and was not at the time of that event either. I'm in charge of letting the dogs out in the middle of the night. I don't know why the dogs always come to me, but they do. So I just get up and let them out, and then let them in whenever they're done. I've had dogs my entire life, so I'm accustomed to regular sleep interruptions. When I let the dogs out, I passed the clock on the stove. I usually look at the time to get a sense of how long I have left to sleep, and to know how long the dogs have been out. Sometimes I just wing it with time, but not tonight. My partner and I agree that we probably fell asleep around 10 to 10:30. The last activity on my phone was around 9 o'clock, so it was at least that late. We let the dogs out just before bed, and then they usually go out once or twice during the night. Tonight, I let them out the first time and I don't remember the time, but I'll assume it was around 1 or 2 o'clock, as that is the usual time for them. The second time I got up, however, I looked at the clock and it was 4:09. I remembered this because I thought, that's weird. The dogs usually never need to go out at 4. It's usually 5 or closer to 7 when we're waking up. I let them back in at 4:14 and went back to bed. Then, I'm woken up again by the dogs. I considered ignoring them because I had assumed my alarm would be going off soon, and then I would be up and could let them out. But the littlest one seemed sincere that he had to go out and could not wait. So I got up and I let them out. I looked at the clock, expecting it to be close enough to 7 that I could just start my shower, but it was 2:36. And I thought at first maybe I was crazy. But when I went back to bed and I laid down and my partner unlocked his phone to check the time, he said it was 2:30? That's it? I thought it would be way later than that. I haven't talked to him about my experience. He's currently outside removing ice from the gate. I'll update later to let you all know what he thinks or what he experienced. Edit. My partner said he did not notice how many times I had been up with the dogs, but he doesn't disbelieve me. He said that in the past few days, he's felt like time is moving very slowly at night. But he's on a new medication, so he chalked it up to that. I wish there was some more concrete evidence that I had, but this is really it. So, this story is about 20 years old, and I've never told a soul about it, but reading through a lot of these stories has inspired me to share. When I was 18, maybe 19, I was really into low-rider trucks and such. I had ordered a set of 20-inch wheels and tires from a local shop, and I couldn't wait for them to come. The day finally came, and I got the call that I could come pick them up. I threw on some clothes and I left to go get them. It's about a 20-minute drive, and I made it in about 12, driving way too fast from the excitement. So I get to the shop, and just as I'm climbing out of the truck, I realize I forgot my checkbook. I had paid half up front, and was to pay the rest of the balance at pickup. I did not yet own a debit/banking card. I knew there was a branch of the bank that I used just around the corner from the shop, and I knew my account number, so I thought I could just go show them my ID and withdraw the cash. I walk up the corner of the street, and I'm just getting ready to start crossing when I hear my name called from behind me. I turn around, and this older guy is waving, looking right at me. He looks familiar, but I can't place him. We're about 30 yards apart. He says, "How are you doing?" I say, "Pretty good. How have you been?" Hoping that maybe a name will come to me. At that split second, a car ran the red light, and the car going the opposite direction slams its brakes and screeches to a halt. I turn around to see the commotion. There was no collision, just a pissed-off driver laying on the horn and another car speeding away. I turn back to look at the guy again, but he was gone. I mean, vanished. Because we were in a fairly open space, and there's no way he could have run full speed to get out of my sight, much less walk. I was just like, what the hell? It then occurred to me that if he wouldn't have called my name, I would have almost certainly been hit by the car that ran that light. That's all weird enough in its own, but here's the kicker. Like I said, I was a teenager when that occurred. Skinny, baby-faced teenager. When I got to be about 30, I started keeping a beard, and I'd gotten up to about 230 pounds in weight. I looked in the mirror the other day, and instantly flashed back to that moment. That guy that called my name, I think he was me. So, this happened a few months ago. I was driving back home from a late dinner with my girlfriend, and for our weekly date night dinner out. I was driving my lifted older truck and was cutting through a neighborhood to bypass some traffic. Essentially, just stop sign after stop sign. We approached one stop sign, and I noticed a car coming from the right. And as I always do, I made sure to check if it's a 4-way stop or a 2-way with the pass-through. Just in case, I don't make the mistake of assuming it's a four-way. But this one was a four-way, so cool. I arrived at the stop first, but I just get a weird feeling that I need to make sure this guy stops for me. So I waited an extra 5 seconds, which is a long time at a stop sign. And my girlfriend notices and asks what I'm doing. But she stopped short and noticed my lock-on to the approaching car. I confirmed he's slowing down to a stop, so I pull out into the intersection. Well, this dumbass slows to about 5 miles per hour and rolls the stop sign just as I'm pulling into the middle of his path. I clench my backside in preparation because he's about to hit a 4-inch lifted truck built with solid steel and would probably crunch and then go right under my truck to pancake him. I've seen it before and it's nasty. My girlfriend screams a little and we both watch as the inevitable crash seemed to take forever to happen. Then we watch his headlights go right below the passenger side, but there was zero crunch, jerk, or pain. Huh? We realized he had somehow made it through without a scratch at all. We turned to each other to confirm if that really happened, or didn't, and our looks confirmed it without a word. Then we both turned and looked behind us, only to see that there wasn't any hint of a car leaving the intersection or driving away at all. We still cannot explain it, but I tried not to think too much about it because at least it didn't happen. I honestly kind of thought for a second he just rolled under my truck safely, but that's not possible. About a year ago, during the summer of the pandemic, I was working at Pizza Hut and I'd made a good friend. We would hang out after the closing shift and drive around. I was living in the middle of nowhere in Indiana, so there's not really anything to do but drive around. Rando Nodding was pretty popular at the time, an app that gives you a random energy points with coordinates, and we decided to try the app out. We were out near some cornfields and we had missed our destination. I was the navigator and was looking for a spot to make a U-turn. I was looking ahead on the map and I saw a U-shaped road with a 3-exit roundabout, the second exit leading away from the main road. I tell my friend to turn into the road, we come up to the roundabout, and I tell them to take the first exit. We exit the roundabout, and this is where things get weird. We're driving back into the same roundabout. I freeze, and my friend is asking me which exit to take. My gut tells me to take the second exit this time, so I tell them to take the second exit. This leads us to the main road. I'm incredibly confused and looking at the map, which still only has one roundabout on it. I said something about it being weird that there were 2 roundabouts when the map only shows one. My friend has no recollection of the first roundabout. They still have no recollection of it to this day, but I remember it so vividly. The day after, I tried to find the road that we took to make a U-turn by looking at the map, and I'm completely unable to find the road. It just doesn't exist anymore. There's not even a roundabout in the area that we were driving in. Ever since then, things have been slightly off. The house across the street from my house has turned 90 degrees from how I remember it. The main road to the shopping center is shorter. I know this because I time my drives. It used to be 13 minutes, and now it only takes 8 minutes. I noticed a lot of other little things like that. I think I got transported to another timeline or universe. Hello there. So, I've been browsing here for a while now, and I found all of these stories of strange experiences to be extremely fascinating. So much so that I decided to sign up and finally share my own experience. This seems like one of the only places anyone would listen and not just outright dismiss what happened as bad memory or something mundane like that. Granted, I'm not opposed to mundane explanations if they can actually explain what happened, but so far, I haven't found any that are satisfactory to me. So if anyone out there would like to take a crack at solving this mystery, be my guest. First, I believe it's necessary to provide a little background on myself. Please do bear with me, all of this is important for the actual glitch story, I promise. I'll just refer to myself as Jay for the purpose of this story. I'm a male, currently in my early 40s, never drank, never smoked, never taken any drugs of any kind, so we can safely rule that out as a potential cause of what happened. I'm also very quiet and reserved. I usually prefer to keep to myself and rarely go out for social gatherings or anything like that. Yes, I'm about as boring as they come. It's not that I don't like people, I've just never been good at interacting with others. I do well enough to work and function, but that's about it. I suppose some would say that I suffer from severe social anxiety, although I've never been officially diagnosed by a doctor or anything. As bad as I am now, I was much, much worse in my late teens and early 20s when I experienced this glitch. I didn't socialize much at all in high school or early college. I never went to parties or on dates, nor did I go to church or even have a part-time job like most of my peers. My anxiety even kept me from getting my driver's license until my second semester of college. Even when I finally did get it, I only drove directly to school and back, and never anywhere else. I'm putting all this out there in order to highlight the extremely limited scope of my social activities at the time. The only people I knew outside of my family were people that I met in my high school or college classes. There was no opportunity to meet anyone any other way because I simply didn't do anything else. So now, the glitch. This occurred in November of 1997 when I was 19 years old and in my sophomore year of college. That semester, I had a couple of morning classes followed by a long gap of about 2 hours before my Spanish class in the afternoon. On this particular day, I had been sitting in the student center eating some snacks from a vending machine to kill the time until my class started. Finally, it was almost time, so I got up and headed for the door that led out of the student center. As I was going out the door, my attention was drawn to a young woman who was coming in through the same door. Now, I will say this woman was very attractive, but that wasn't the main thing that drew my attention. The moment I saw her face, I had this instant feeling of recognition. It's the same kind of feeling you get when you see an old friend you haven't spoken to in a long time. My brain simply registered her face as someone that I recognized. Not just recognized, but knew very well. So, out of a pure reflex triggered by this feeling, I smiled directly at her and started to say, "Hey, how are you?" I stopped before speaking though because I realized there was a very big problem. I had absolutely no freaking clue who this person was. Needless to say, I felt pretty stupid. Here I am smiling like an idiot at this complete stranger, no doubt looking like a complete moron. When you're as socially awkward as myself, your mind tends to blow these things up much bigger than they are. Still, I was feeling pretty dumb, and decided to just turn away and hurry by her, putting this whole weird and uncomfortable situation behind me as quickly as possible. But before I could, the young woman looked directly at me, smiled the widest smile she could, and excitedly said, "Oh, hey Jay, how are you?" I was completely flabbergasted. Apparently my initial gut feeling was correct. This woman knew me by name and was clearly happy to see me, so I guess I did know her after all. Yet I had no idea what her name was or where we might have met. Not wanting to be rude, I replied to her question with the friendly, "Oh, I'm good. How are you?" and then we proceeded to chat politely for a few minutes, like old friends catching up would do. She even stated at one point that she was glad to see me since she didn't know a lot of people in the area yet. I played along because at this point I was convinced that I must know her, and I kept expecting something to jog my memory. The way she spoke, her mannerisms and facial expressions, her friendly demeanor, all of it was very, very familiar to me, and yet I simply had no idea who she was. It was extremely confusing for me because, as I said before, she was very attractive, and I'm sure it comes as no surprise that I did not have much experience talking to women. This probably makes me sound kind of pathetic, but I tended to remember the rare instances when a woman actually paid attention to me since it didn't happen very much. So considering how well this woman obviously knew me, and that nagging sense of recognition I could not shake, I simply didn't understand how I could have no memory of having met this person. Eventually, we parted ways since we both had other places to be, and I went on to my Spanish class feeling very confused. But by the end of the day, I had rationalized the strange encounter as her being someone who must have known me from high school. I figured she was either a grade ahead of me or a grade behind me, and maybe I'd had a single class with her at some point. Her friendliness towards me was probably just her being excited to see a familiar face, even if we hadn't actually known each other all that well. This didn't feel quite right, but it was the only explanation I could think of. One thing I knew for certain was that I hadn't met her in any of my college classes. This was only my third semester of college, and I had a very clear memory of the previous 2 semesters at this point. I only had about 3 or 4 classes per semester, so it was still pretty easy for me to recall all the other students I had met, and she was definitely not among them. All other possibilities were rendered null for the reasons I gave earlier, so she simply had to be an old high school classmate. This explanation would be completely destroyed a few days later whenever I ran into her again. This time she flagged me down in the parking lot as I was walking to my truck to leave for the day. Again, she was very friendly and excited to see me. While we talked, I finally learned her name, in which we'll simply say L for sake of not giving away personal information. I didn't ask her name. She simply said it while relating a story to me of something she did that she felt silly about afterwards. She was sort of playfully chastising herself, like, "Gosh, Elle, I can't believe you did that," or something to that effect. After a while, our conversation came to an end, and I went home, determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. I had a face, and now I had a name, so I decided to dig up my old high school yearbooks from all 4 years and figure out who she was. But after spending who knows how long going through page after page of student pictures, I couldn't find any sign of her being a student there at all. In fact, I could only find one student by the name of Elle, and it certainly was not her. Now, I was even more confused. If I didn't meet her in high school or college, then where the hell did I meet her? I would continue speaking to Elle throughout college, and I began to consider her a very good friend. We got to know each other a little better, and I eventually learned that she went to high school in a completely different state. This confirmed what I had already figured out from the yearbooks, but did not help me solve the mystery of where we met. At this point, I felt like it was far too late to ask her directly because I'd been playing along like I knew her ever since that day in the student center. I wasn't trying to be intentionally deceptive. My brain was still telling me that we had met somewhere before, and she obviously knew me, so I just assumed I would eventually remember. Long story short, I never did remember. I only ever got one more small piece of the puzzle during my college years, and it made the situation even more confusing. One thing I should mention about Elle, she turned out to be an extremely devout Christian. This was not something I could say for myself, and Elle wasn't shy about trying to get me involved in church activities or Bible studies. She felt it would help me with my obvious social issues, and she did eventually talk me into going to some religious gatherings held by some students on campus. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that any of it helped me very much, but that's beside the point. One day she was talking to me about some of the activities she thought I should try. I mentioned something about having never been to a Bible study before, and she seemed genuinely shocked. She wasn't freaking out about me being a heathen or anything. She was just surprised, because according to her, we had met at a Bible study sometime in 1997. I rather bluntly refuted this possibility, since I knew for certain I had absolutely never been to any Bible studies in my entire life. Something like that would have been completely unusual and out of character for me at the time, and I most certainly would have remembered doing something that unusual. Not only that, but I'm certain my family would have brought it up and asked me about it, since they would have known how out of the ordinary it was for me to do something like that. However, Elle seemed to remain convinced otherwise. As certain as I was that I hadn't gone to a Bible study, she was just as certain that I had. So, that's my glitch story. Apparently, I met this woman at a Bible study that I never attended, and somehow recognized her despite never having actually met her. I'm currently friends with Elle on Facebook, but we don't get to talk much or anything, since she lives on the other side of the country now. But I suppose that's how it goes. Life takes people in different directions and they drift apart. Despite this, I still consider Elle a good friend, and I'm genuinely glad that I did meet her, even if I can't remember where or how it happened. I hope you found this strange experience of mine interesting, and if anyone has any explanation that I haven't considered, I'd be glad to hear it. I've had a couple of other strange experiences that I might share here, but until then, have a good night. The OP added more in a comment. Thanks to everyone for their comments and suggestions. Sorry I was not able to get to respond sooner to more people. Some things came up in life and it's kept me away until now. Since so many people responded, honestly far more than I anticipated, I thought I would make a follow-up post to address the various points and possibilities people have brought up. Let me just say that I do appreciate all of the feedback, even if I seem to disagree with the explanations you've offered. Let me just say that it's not my intention to shoot down or even outright reject anything anyone has suggested. At the moment, I'm simply unsure of what to believe, because there simply is not any explanation that seems to fully make sense to me. But honestly, at this point, no theory is too crazy. Even if they seemed far-fetched, the idea of knowing someone without meeting them is already safely in the far-fetched territory, so frankly all possibilities are on the table. Apologies in advance, but this is going to be a long reply. A lot of people have mentioned multiple personality disorder as a possible explanation. I'd like to say that I'm not totally against the possibility, but as it stands right now, I haven't seen any evidence that I have an alter ego that takes over and does things without my knowledge. It has been suggested that MPD has ways of hiding itself, such as taking over whenever someone tries to confront the person about their strange behavior, and can even somehow keep the person unaware of missing time. I will keep an open mind about the possibility, but for now, I'm not sure how I could be losing large chunks of time to another personality and not be aware that something was happening. But just in case, I'll try to keep a closer check on my behavior and memories just to help rule it out. One person brought up a woman with a condition that caused her to forget an entire month of her life. This resulted in a strange situation, very, very similar to mine, in which she met someone at a book club, then met them later with no memory of their previous encounter. Yet, she still had a sense of familiarity with the person she'd met despite the lack of memory. I must say that is truly interesting in terms of how much it resembles my experience. What confuses me, though, is the same problem I have with the MPD explanation. If I had gone to a Bible study and then lost memory of it, it seems like I would have had a pretty big gap in my memory, which should have been extremely alarming to me. That gap would have to be big enough to account for getting to the study, the amount of time that it lasted, and then driving back home. So a few hours at least. And that's assuming my brain didn't block out the whole day or even a month like the case of that woman. So how did I not notice that much time missing? I'm not sure how my mind would reconcile something like that going to bed on Tuesday and waking up to realize it's Thursday. Again, not saying it's impossible, because apparently the mind can do some really crazy things. It's just a little scary to think that I could have that little control of my own brain, and my perceptions of time and memories of events could be so distorted without me even knowing about it. A few people have brought up the possibility that I have a twin who attended the Bible study, and that this was actually the person that Elle met. As I stated in one of my other replies, I have had experiences where people thought that I was someone else, so I know there's at least one other person out there who does look very much like me. However, the fact that Elle knew my name without me telling her throws a bit of a wrinkle into that explanation. I referred to myself as J for the sake of anonymity, and J is in fact my first initial. However, I will say that J does not stand for a common name like John, Jeff, or Jim. Without revealing my identity, let's just say it's a slightly more uncommon name. Not so uncommon as to make it totally impossible for a twin to also have it, just uncommon enough that it would put the possibility of it happening safely in the winning the lottery category. So I suppose it could happen, but it's not extremely likely. One person suggested that Elle may have been psyched into thinking she knew me because of my response to her. I smiled and seemed to recognize her, so that somehow tricked her into thinking that she knew me. However, as another person pointed out, this does not explain how she knew my name without me telling her. Now granted, it's been almost 23 years since this happened, so it's fair to assume that my memory of this event may not be as clear as it once was. However, one point that I am entirely certain of is that Elle spoke first. Due to my personality, it was not and still is not my inclination to initiate conversation with people I don't know. So at the very least, I'm certain that Elle is the one who engaged me. Anything else is not only inconsistent with my memory, it's inconsistent with my personality. I'm also certain that she called me by my name immediately without me introducing myself. Of course, all anybody has on this is my word, and I'm a stranger using an alias on the internet, so that word probably means little to anyone. All I can say is that I'm certain of the details. It's not a fuzzy memory that came back to me 20 years later after the fact. I distinctly remember that being the key point that threw me off guard from the very beginning. I remember being confused about it on the drive home after class, thinking about it later that day and over the next few days. She didn't just know my name, but also expressed joy at seeing me, specifically because she was glad to see someone that she knew. Her reaction wasn't, "I think I know him, so I'll be polite." It was, "Oh my gosh, it's that guy from that thing." That made the situation even more bizarre to me and just reinforced the fact that she knew me before this encounter. But as I said, I can't prove that to anyone, since the only source of this information is coming from my memory, and nobody can realistically be expected to accept that as gospel truth. One person suggested that it's possible that a person's spirit can bilocate into different bodies, and experiences from one person can bleed over into the other. The man sharing my spirit would be the person that Elle met, and I recognized her based on this experience. It's certainly an interesting theory, although that implies that the other person also has my same name. As mentioned before, that seems improbable, but perhaps not impossible. Or maybe the world is like a video game, where there are only so many NPC types and Elle ran into a duplicate of me at this Bible study because the Matrix was trying to save memory. I've also considered the possibility that Elle and I knew each other from a past life, which would explain the strange recognition I had for her. Not sure that accounts for her knowing my name in this life, though. Some have also suggested that something about this Bible study was traumatic or stressful, causing me to block it from my memory. I believe repressed memory is absolutely a real phenomenon that people experience. If that were the case for my situation, though, I think that Elle would have been associated with whatever trauma I experienced when I saw her and felt that recognition from her. It was not a negative feeling. It was very positive, like seeing an old friend again. So if something about this Bible study was traumatic enough to cause a repressed memory, I would think that my feelings toward her would have been very negative. since she would have been there too and thus associated with that trauma in some way. Another poster suggested that perhaps parallel universes are involved somehow. Honestly, I've definitely considered that possibility as well, especially after hearing stories about the Mandela effect and whatnot. Perhaps something happened and I traded places with the other me, slipping into a reality where I had gone to a Bible study for some reason. Or Elle traded places with her alternate self and slipped into a reality where we had never met. Finally, someone asked if I had ever tried to talk to Elle about exactly what happened. In fact, I did try, once, about 11 or 12 years ago. This would have been about 10 years after we met, and about 8 years after she mentioned meeting me at a Bible study. All I remember is that she kind of laughed it off, and we very quickly found ourselves talking about something else. I don't recall which one of us changed the subject. I just remember that she seemed very uninterested in discussing it, so I didn't press the issue. So I guess that's it. Sorry for this comment getting so long and for taking so long to reply again. There were so many responses when I came back to check that I just decided to respond in one big post, so I hope that's alright. I hope I didn't skip anybody, and if I did, it was not intentional. Thanks so much to everyone for their replies, suggestions, and interest in my story. Perhaps it's not a glitch and just a case of bad memory or something. All I can say is that it does not seem that way to me. I appreciate having a place to vent and to get this out here, even if there is no realistic possibility of getting an answer.
The experience that I'm about to describe happens quite a lot to me, but I'll focus on one specific event from earlier this year. Since my teenage years, I thought I had these long, drawn-out periods of time when I would simply turn off. It used to happen when I'm alone and understimulated. I have Asperger's, by the way, and I don't personally realize it's happening until it's over. I'll just suddenly look around and see that many hours have gone by without me noticing. Given my condition, I never put too much thought into it, since I always have just regarded it as me spacing out or something of the sort. It doesn't seem like a glitch, right? Lately, though, it's been a little more aggressive, happening even when I'm doing stuff, and the worst way this happened started last year. I'll be doing something simple, like watching a video, film, listening to music or whatever, and I'll just suddenly realize, when the film is over, music has stopped, etc., that hours have passed. Many more hours than the album, film, video's length. But since it only happened when I was alone, I still didn't think much of it. Until this day when my wife was there. I was watching a YouTube video on my laptop. It was about 45 minutes long. Right at the beginning of the video, I got up from the sofa, and I told her I was going to use the bathroom, and then I would take a bath. This was around 7 p.m. I took my laptop with me, and I sat there doing my business while watching the video. It always takes me a longer time than most people to use the bathroom, over half an hour, so she's used to me being in there for a while. It just so happens that around the 35-minute mark into the video, into the bathroom, she was knocking on the door. I thought she wanted to use it, so I told her I wouldn't be much longer, to which she responded, "You already have, come on." And I was like, "What?" But she insisted. "Come on, you've been in there for well over 2 hours, what are you doing?" At first, I thought she was exaggerating the time, as she often does. And then I looked at the clock on the taskbar. 7:43 p.m. I closed the lid, I proceeded to flush and then prepare for the bath. She still insisted I've been in there for over 2 hours, to which I kept telling her to stop exaggerating, but when I opened the door and reached for my phone, it was 9:27 p.m. The 45-minute long video, it wasn't over yet. I was sure, once again, that not that much time had passed, but all the clocks showed the same time.
except for my laptop. I told her that it was impossible and explained what just happened, and I told her to go get my laptop and look at the time it was showing. She did. It was 9:28. I couldn't believe what I saw on the lock screen. I was visibly shaken, and she got a little worried. I explained to her again what had just happened, and she didn't make much of it. She said I probably spaced out, maybe paused the video, maybe I got the time wrong when I looked, but none of that was true. And this episode was the confirmation I always needed that something is off in my time perception, or even in my relation to time as a whole. I was a little reluctant about posting this, but, well, here it is. Edit, motivated by a comment. When it began, many years ago, I thought it was just me spacing out, but more recently, I've come to think that that's not the case, but actually a different time flow because of the way it happens, and how aware of it I am. I'm not exactly sure what happened yesterday, but what I do know is that I most definitely was not where I had been. So I was out for a nice walk, 5 miles, and I saw this sign advertising an estate sale. Kind of funny that I had missed it on the way out, seeing as it was also advertising for the day before. No matter, it was pointing down the side road and was listed as being on a street that I had never heard of. But my memory for these things was never good. I figured that I would have at least an hour and a half left if I drove by after my walk. Who knows how far it was? I wasn't going to try to find it on foot. Fortunately, the planners were good about putting up signs and arrows. It was a straight shot into the newest and fanciest part of town, and then a right turn. Simple. The sale itself was a bust. Sure, things had been picked over, but the prices were insane and even at half off. I drove back to the turn only to find a giant sign that said, "Dead End," in my direction. Odd. I must have forgotten that I had gone through a small intersection. No matter. I continued to the next and made my turn. That's when things got strange. I was no longer in the nice, upscale neighborhood. I was not in a neighborhood at all. There were lots of trees and a few run-down buildings. No people out. Occasionally what looked like a graveyard, but for trailer homes, skeletons of them, and no signs of life. You might ask, why I didn't turn around? Well, the road was narrow, and so was the side. A drop-off made me feel like not risking it. After a while, there were just empty fields with a creepy feeling to them. I see a fork in the road and a sign that told me the name of the road I was on. Strangely enough, it was the name of a fairly new and upscale trailer park around the other side of town. Well, I thought that maybe I had just gotten turned around and on one of the back roads that snake all the way around the other side of town. Since I hadn't found a good place to turn around, I would just loop around and get back past that park. Then I saw it. Local trailer park, big sign and everything. Only, it was an empty glade, surrounded by trees. Not the park that I knew of. The name was the same, though, and no signs of houses, construction, town, just 2 kids staring at me. I used the area in front of the park to immediately turn around, and I got the hell out of there as fast as I could. Eventually, I found myself back at the place where the neighborhood once again suddenly became the modern, fancy suburb. I turned at the sign for the estate sale, and found myself on the familiar road to my side of town. I still don't know where I was. I drove to an estate sale, and I ended up in the Twilight Zone. I've told this story so many times before, and to this day, I have no rational explanation for it, nor does anyone that has analyzed the sequence of events. It began on a trip to a popular creek that many would gather at to party, take a dip, and just hang out with their families. The water of the privately owned creek was dark and about knee level for a regular adult, with even children being able to wade through most of it without worries. There was a small, deep section that was more to the far edges, but I was unaware of this. It was a summer vacation when I was about 16 or 17, I think, and I got my group together for a huge party there. After a few hours of us partying and hanging out on the shore, a few of us took a dip. My swimming skills were nothing amazing, but I can at least not sink like cement. I began wading out a bit, and within seconds, I felt my feet completely slide off the edge of the shallower bit and into the deep end. I could feel the forward momentum of slipping carry me forward a lot too, so much so that I couldn't even reach the edge with my tiptoes. I began to panic and sink. It felt like that was the end, and that surety of death after gulping down nothing more than cold water for what felt like ages. I couldn't get a foothold, much less propel myself in any direction. As I swallowed mouthfuls of liquid hoping for oxygen, I could feel the darkness of the water itself just surround my consciousness. It was as if I was being taken by that cold abyss. And at that point, I kinda came to terms with death. And this is it. I'm done. At this exact moment, I felt a spark of pure energy. Screw this. I'm not going to die, was the only thought then. I made an attempt to flail a little bit. It was a useless movement, but I wasn't giving up. Somehow, or another, I ended up back completely on the shallower bit, my feet firmly planted on muddy soil that was not there a second before. Not on the edge of the shallow bit, but around 4 feet away from that deep end. I then saw everyone rushing towards me, my friends swimming frantically. To their eyes, I was in the deep end. A second ago, about to drown, and the next, I had saved myself before they were even halfway to me. Not more than a minute or two had passed, yet, to me, it seemed so much longer. Maybe my perception of time changed because of adrenaline. Who knows? There was simply no way that I could have moved that distance with me weakly flailing at the limits of my breath. I moved at least 6 to 8 foot total as 2 dudes in the group swam out to where they saw me. And based on the distance from the slope that ends the shallow bit into the deep end, it was definitely a considerable distance if you aren't swimming. They were all pretty dumbfounded. No one knew what the hell happened, but we were all just bloody relieved. We've discussed that event so many times, yet it still remains a genuine mystery to them, and me especially. Maybe I teleported. Maybe I was saved by some higher being. A guardian angel, maybe. All that I'm certain of is that I might have teleported through space and time because of that spark of life left in me. Hi Reddit. Seldom poster, longtime lurker here. I had the strangest experience today that I absolutely cannot fathom. I've tried every logical explanation, but I can't seem to wrap my mind around what happened to me this morning. Time stopped. I had visited a major city this morning with my boyfriend to check out one of my favorite museums. I had recently gotten a membership there as a present. As we were preparing to leave the hotel this morning, we decided to drive to a local coffee shop first. The GPS on his Android phone with Google Maps said it was a 21-minute drive. We began heading that direction and decided to recheck the GPS about 10 minutes in to see what was next. Mind you, we could hear the GPS through the radio the whole time, and I paid close attention as the navigator. I was in the front passenger seat. The phone was sitting in a cup holder, and the screen was out of view. So, I hadn't been actively checking the ETA since we had left. We just wanted to check the screen to see what traffic colors we were approaching. Blue, little to no traffic, orange, medium traffic, and red, heavy traffic. The entire first 10 minutes of the drive were completely blue. All green lights, no detours, no wrong turns, nothing out of place. If anything, it was a fast, straightforward blur of a drive. But this is where things got strange. I pulled out his phone to check the map, and even though we had been driving for 10 minutes already with no complications, the GPS still said that we had 21 minutes left to go. I was confused. I checked my own GPS with Apple Maps on my iPhone, different than his map app and phone. It matched his phone, saying we were 21 minutes away still. Confused further, I looked up how far the hotel was from the coffee shop. Stranger yet, it still said 21 minutes. Something was wrong. Maybe the map app was just wrong, but across 2 different apps on 2 different phones at 2 different times. We ended up not driving to the coffee shop and just driving to the museum, but we had no explanation as to why we would be driving for 10 minutes and not be any closer. We then realized we didn't remember much of what was around us or what we had been doing or talking about before discovering that we had not made any progress in our journey. It was a straight road, and it was like we had never even left the hotel. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Four and a half years ago, I had a job selling cookies and fudge to tourists in my city. Occasionally, someone would come into the shop drunk and flirt with me, but not very often, as I was this awkward 20-year-old with bad acne and a terrible sense of humor. One memorable evening, a much older gentleman entered and I offered him a small sample of fudge, as was required. He looked like he could have been mid-50s with the energy of a 30-year-old. He had a thin frame, thick white hair, a narrow face, and piercing eyes. It felt like he was hitting on me, and it was very confusing. He was older, flamboyant, and he wanted me to show him around. He asked me when I would get off work that night. I had neither the social skills nor the confidence to tell him to F off. I agreed to meet him after work and wondered if I was actually going to show him around town, and if that meant something more than my innocent mind was willing to believe. Feeling kind of frightened and helpless, I told my male coworker what had just happened. He told me that he would walk me to my car after work so that I could tell the white-haired man never mind and leave easily. I didn't expect the white-haired man to be waiting for me outside several hours later, but he was. My coworker walked me out of the building, and as we hurried past, I looked at him and said, "Sorry, I can't. I just can't." The man bowed his head low and nodded, as if he fully understood. He seemed deeply disappointed. Fast forward a year later, I'm working at a new job in the same area. I'd been working there for about a month when a new face entered the scene. They hired a young man with a thin frame, thick dark hair, a narrow face, and piercing eyes. This young man was flirtatious, intense, and just my type. He was fun and flamboyant, and we almost dated, but I had to put the brakes on it for personal reasons. I was deeply upset about it for a long time. He used to talk to me a lot, and he was the first person who had ever liked me back. I know logically that they are two different people, one older guy looking to have a good time and one young man who I miss a lot. But sometimes, I choose to believe in the time traveler story, because if it could be true, it means that he misses me too. So, I have a glitch story that some could look at and equate as a potential false memory, or something that my brain just made up when I was younger, but I've always had a fantastic memory, and I know for a fact that all this happened how I remember it. On top of that, and something that I find interesting, every single time I try to think about this or tell this story to someone, I start to get this weird feeling that I'm about to have a panic attack, which almost feels as if the Matrix, or whatever it is that controls our simulated reality, is trying to get me to forget the old timeline and accept this new one. That said, I remember all of this as it actually happened, and I refuse to be pushed into some alternative dimension that isn't true. This happened back when I was 12, which was about 10 years ago. Now, I know that some of you may say, well, you were a kid. You probably just don't remember it right. But I promise you, I remember all of this very vividly, and in intricate detail. At this point, my family lived in a small house in Missouri. I'm not going to say where specifically for security reasons. It was just myself, my parents, and my brother, and we were fairly separated from most of our family, with the exception of our aunt on our mother's side. The start of this whole event happened when my paternal grandmother passed away. It was the end of June, and my brother and I were out of school for the summer when my parents got the call. Apparently, my grandmother had died unexpectedly and suddenly in her sleep, and my grandfather was trying to figure everything out in a panic. The problem was that, as stated, his only son, my father, lived in Missouri, and they lived in upstate New York. At this point, my dad makes a firm decision that he needs to fly up north to help his father take care of everything, and my mom says that she's going to go with him, as he may need the emotional support. It was decided that my brother and I would stay with my aunt in St. Louis, while my parents flew out to New York to take care of my grandfather and my grandmother's affairs. Now here's what I remember happening. I remember my aunt coming to get my brother and I remember loading my stuff into the car alongside my brother, and I remember telling my parents goodbye. I specifically remember telling them that I hoped they enjoyed New York. I remember this because it was something a stupid kid would say. They were going for a funeral. They weren't going to be enjoying it at all. Anyways, after that, I remember getting in the car with my aunt, and as we were driving, my aunt tells us that we were going to go to Six Flags during the week we were staying with her. I remember being incredibly excited for this, and I remember the two of us genuinely having an amazing time with my aunt and uncle, going on all the rides, and that I specifically loved the roller coasters. Overall, it was probably the best week of my childhood. We got to spend time with my aunt and uncle, and they didn't have kids, so they spoiled us. We got to go to Six Flags, and really just have a great week that summer. When we got home, my parents were already back at the house, and I know I've said this a few times,
but I specifically remember that my father gave me a snow globe that had the skyline of New York. This globe was absolutely gorgeous, and I genuinely loved everything about it. It was one of my prized possessions as a child, and I kept it on a shelf, and I never really even touched it. But I always knew it was there, and I genuinely loved it. Now here is where the glitch, or timeline shift, or whatever occurs. When I hit 19, I was ready to move out of the house and into my own apartment. A friend of mine had saved up the money to pay what we needed, and we both had a steady job for our age, and we were excited to move forward with our lives. When I was packing up my room and boxing away all of my stuff, I got to the point where I was clearing off my shelf, and I paused. There were various little knickknacks, items, trophies from school, but no snow globe. I just kind of sat there and I stared for a moment, trying to think about where I could have put it, considering it was one of my most cherished items as a child. I called my mom into the room, and I asked her if she or Dad had moved my snow globe to another shelf in the house, or if they had just seen it. My mom asks me, "What snow globe?" I tell her it's the one that she and Dad got for me from New York. My mother just stares at me confused. She says that she and Dad had never been to New York. When she said this, I started to feel incredibly strange inside, almost like that panic attack feeling I mentioned before. I stepped down from the ladder and tried to ask if she was feeling okay, and if she had forgotten when the two of them went to New York whenever Grandma passed. She again asked what I was talking about. I called my dad into the room, and I tried to talk to him about it, and he was just as confused, saying they never even went to New York. I tell them that when I was 12, Grandma passed away, and Grandpa was panicking because he didn't know what to do. I said the two of them flew out to New York to help him. My aunt came to get me and my brother, and we stayed with her in St. Louis, and that was the year that we went to Six Flags while we were there. Then, it got even more confusing. My dad's face twisted into genuine confusion, and he said, "Yeah, when you were 12, my mother passed away unexpectedly, but they lived in Chicago. We drove you to your aunt's house on the way there. She didn't come to get you." So now, with this said, I apparently live in a timeline where my grandparents lived in Chicago, and not New York. In this same timeline, my aunt also apparently didn't come to get us. My parents say they supposedly drove us to St. Louis on their way to Chicago. They never brought back a snow globe, and they drove. They didn't fly. I don't understand how any of this is possible, when I have a very vivid memory of the situation. I recall having that snow globe my entire childhood. What's really weird is that I can't recall the last time I actually saw the snow globe, and I'm struggling to remember anything past getting it and putting it on my shelf. And every time I think about it, the memories are foggy, and I start to get that anxious feeling. And like I said, I know this may be incredibly mundane to others, but to me, it's really one of the creepiest things that's ever happened. This all took place just before the pandemic shut down the world. Lent had just started during the last week of February 2020, and I was looking forward to 6 weeks of fish fries at the church across town every Friday. Thanks to the aforementioned global event and subsequent lockdown, only 2 of the 6 scheduled fish fries took place before the remaining 4 were cancelled. I went to the first fish fry of Lent after work on Friday, February 28th, 2020. When I arrived at around 5:30 p.m., it had already been taking place for an hour. As I stood in line to pay for my meal, I saw a 60-something-year-old woman taking order tickets
and bringing food to people at their tables. I recognized her as Jenny, a longtime member of the church that I attended. I paid for my meal and was handed an order ticket. I found an empty seat in the dining hall, sat down, and I waved my ticket. Incidentally, Jenny saw me waving my ticket and walked up to me. She greeted me by name and we exchanged pleasantries before she brings my order ticket to the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, she brought me my food on a tray, and I proceeded to have a pleasant dinner. Throughout the evening, I saw Jenny go back and forth to the kitchen multiple times with order tickets and/or trays of food in hand. This glitch, it took place 2 days later. I went to my own church on Sunday morning. Following the service, I exited the church and saw Jenny at the bottom of the stairs, handing out church bulletins for that week. She greeted me by name just as she had during the fish fry, and then the following exchange took place. Me: "Hello, Jenny. It was nice seeing you at the fish fry the other night." Jenny, nonplussed: "The fish fry?" Me: "Yes, the fish fry at the church across town. I hope they raised a lot of money. The whole time I was there for dinner, it looked like you didn't even sit down or take a break." Jenny: "The fish fry at..." the name of the church across town. Me: "Yeah, that church." Jenny: "I haven't been to that church in years. The last fish fry I went to there was just before Dell's stroke." Dell was Jenny's late husband, who had died 7 years prior in 2013. I haven't talked to Jenny since, especially when the lockdown began. If she hadn't been to the fish fry at the other church in years, then who was that person that I talked to that Friday? It's nearly 1 a.m., and I've been scrolling through these posts for a while now, and some of them are truly captivating, and it triggered an experience that I haven't thought about in over a year. So I thought I would share it, as I think it fits the brief. This happened when I, male 23, and my sister, female 34, were 13 and 23 respectively. Saturday morning, I woke up about 10 a.m.-ish. My mom cooked some breakfast, scotch pancakes, and we watched an episode of Lost together, while my brother stayed upstairs playing on his PS3, probably FIFA. Around 11:30, my sister called me and asked if I wanted to meet her at my local shopping center to buy some clothes and just generally have a walk around and have something to eat. I wasn't doing anything, and my friends weren't playing out, so I decided to meet her. She took a taxi there, and I walked there, as it was pretty close to me, or was at the time. We had a generally good time. I didn't end up buying any clothes. My sister did. We had a meal at a cafe at about 1 p.m. and got an ice cream each afterwards, where you buy a cone and go and make it yourself from the machine. Although I broke the machine pin on the lever and got a bit upset because I thought I was going to be made to pay for this, but the manager came over and said it's happened a few times. No big deal. We went to Mr. Sim's, an old-fashioned sweet shop, and bought some sweets. We weighed them up and we paid for them. Going home, my sister ordered a taxi, but this time I got in. The taxi dropped me off at home and she stayed in and then went home. She was living with her friend at the time. It was generally a good day. I played some FIFA with my brother when I got home, ended up having a bit of an argument with him, then made up, had some supper in the evening, and watched Saturday Night Takeaway and your generic Saturday TV. All in all, a pretty normal and
uneventful day. Except, this day didn't happen. At least, not to anyone but me and my sister. I mentioned me breaking the ice cream machine to my mom. She thought I was joking. I explained that at the cafe today, when we had food, that I broke the pin on the lever. I'll never forget the way that she looked at me. She looked worried, but slightly questioning, waiting for me to say that I'm joking. She said that I had left the house once today and it was to go to the chip shop to bring back egg fried rice and curry for me and my brother and mom, and it took about 15 minutes. At no point did I leave for hours, and when I did leave, it was about 2 p.m. I remember calling my sister, panicking at this point and needing to prove that I did actually go to meet her. She answered, slightly sleepy at this point as it was about 11 p.m. before this conversation occurred, and I asked her what we did today, on loudspeaker. She went through the exact same story that I just told my mom, including the ice cream machine, what she bought, and including what sweets I got from Mr. Sims. At this point, I ran up to my room and brought the remaining sweets down to prove that I had bought these today and went to the shopping center. My mom, at this point, had tears in her eyes, hoping, I guess, that this was some prank me and my sister had conjured up. Me and my sister agreed to talk about it tomorrow, but she texted me afterwards, asking if mom's alright. I said yeah, and if she's not, neither is my brother, because he's promising me that at the time I was out, he was playing FIFA with me in his room. Then tomorrow comes, and my sister calls me in a panic, claiming that her boss sent her home from work because she got called in yesterday instead. She said that her boss said he called her yesterday morning and asked to cover someone's shift, and then she could have Sunday off, essentially just swapping a shift, which she agreed to. She said she didn't push him too much because she didn't want him to think that she was mental and lose her job. To this day, our mom, brother, and even my sister's now ex-roommate are wholeheartedly convinced that the day me and my sister spent together didn't happen. She no longer has contact with her old boss, but he paid her for the Saturday, despite not working Sunday. And me and my sister can recall tiny details to each other about the day that we had. Over the years, this has generally drifted back into the background, but sometimes it gets brought up now and again, and has become something that's almost taboo to talk about in our family, because of the issues it caused around the time. This turned out to be a lot longer than I expected, but I never had the opportunity to share this in a place where it actually seems to fit. Thoughts are welcome, and I'll reply to any comments before I fell asleep. The OP then added an edit. I fell asleep shortly after posting this. I really didn't think as many people would reach out as they did. So sorry I couldn't reply to comments sooner. Thank you so much to everyone who took the time to read this, and I'm really thankful for the insights. I did reply to one commenter saying that this hasn't happened since, but the mention of timelines got me thinking onto one specific instance that also happened in very similar circumstances, again with my sister. It was so short and seemingly insignificant in comparison to this one that I don't think about it often, but would definitely fit into the Glitch in the Matrix genre. So I might end up posting that one for you guys if anyone's interested. I would have to speak to my sister first to get an updated account, though. I don't want to end up misrepresenting her account, because it heavily relies on that, too. It's almost as if for a few seconds we both had a glimpse into the past. Nothing major, no major events, just a small glimpse into a world before the one we lived in. It was chilling. Maybe not so much as this one, but
probably relevant to the sub. A really big thanks to everyone who took the time to read this, gave it traction, and even awarded it. Some replies to this have been extremely interesting and thought-provoking for me. Not to mention, I'm getting goosebumps from reliving this. It feels more intense for me because I've put it out there, and so many people have latched onto it as something that is truly interesting. And possibly something more than, well, a delusion. I don't know. No history of mental health in the family, so it doesn't seem likely. And we're both fairly balanced. Regardless, amazing insights, and I'll definitely be posting something similar I described in the edit that's become more relevant to me now, given the comments about possible timeline glitches. The OP added a second edit. Oh, and some people have asked about other experiences with my sister that have seemed weird or out of the ordinary. Just the one I described in my post edit that I'll post here soon when I go through some details with my sister for accurate accounts. Although me and my sister, when we were younger, and I mean like really young, when I was maybe 5 or 6 and she was 16, 17, when I couldn't sleep, I had massive sleep issues as a kid, overactive imagination, and weird places in my head. Me and my sister would agree to meet each other in Dream World, and we would plan a place to meet, and that would usually set me off to sleep. Although this just became a bit of a norm for us that no one else in the family got. It was different in a lot of ways to my original post in that we were aware that it was just Dream World, and our accounts would often differ. We would sometimes not remember most of the time, just one of us remembering the meeting. And the times we both remember, we would remember some things the same and sometimes slightly different. But we would always follow back to certain constants that happened, even if the details in between differed. And actually, and I keep thinking of relevant stuff the more time I spend here and think about this, it's something to put to the back of my mind as I've grown up. There was one time that we agreed to meet in Dreamworld, and something bad happened. It ended up all dark. I was almost kidnapped by someone I knew that I was going to be kidnapped by, and my sister had to run into my room to wake me up before it happened. We definitely shared that experience down to the detail. That was really scary. But we never told our parents about that. Maybe that's another post, actually. But yeah, I'll stop here before I go down the rabbit hole of my weird childhood experiences with reality. Thanks again. The last 24 hours have been really interesting for me. This happened 2 years ago. I was 20, living with parents, and had just finished my second year of uni. It was a late morning in June, and my mom asked me to go to the shop and buy her some milk. It's about a 10-minute walk from my front door to the shop. I left the house sometime between 11 and noon. When I get there, I'm surprised to see how busy it is for so early on a Friday. It's filled with secondary school kids, which usually only happens before or after school starts. I figured it must be a half day, and I didn't ponder it too much. I buy the milk, and I make my way home. As I'm walking home, I see a car coming up the road towards me, and it looks like my mom's. It pulls up right beside me, and I realize that it is my mom. She yells at me to get in now, and I quickly get in the passenger seat. My mind is racing, thinking something has happened to Dad or someone in our family. Then she asks, "Where have you been?" Cut a long story short, according to her, I went out at the time that I mentioned above, but was gone for nearly 4 hours. I checked my watch, and sure enough, it was 4:06 p.m. I tried to explain that it was impossible and that I had just left the house. If I wasn't such a sensible, honest person, she might have thought I was lying, but instead, she was worried. She thought I had blacked out and convinced me to go and see a doctor a couple of days later, which I did. I was referred to the hospital for an MRI. As far as anyone could tell, nothing was wrong with me. This was on my mind for a good few weeks after it occurred, and I realized that whatever happened must have happened on the way to the store, which explained the school kids. Oddly, I didn't notice a change in temperature or daylight. However, given that it was warm and typically overcast summer, there probably wasn't much of a change between noon and 4 p.m. The only thing that comes to mind is that I had taken a detour on my way to the shop, just on a whim. Rather than follow the stretch of winding road up to the shop, I cut through a street and walked up a side alley between two houses. I don't nearly do this, so could this glitch in the Matrix be connected to that alleyway? I haven't taken that detour since, but I'm tempted to. This is a story that haunts me daily. This happened in 1992. I had just graduated high school and was working in a warehouse. I kind of enjoyed it, and settled thinking I would probably retire here. Yep, I had zero ambitions. I was a sad, lazy, cringe-inducing bag. A new guy started. It's a warehouse with high turnover, so nothing unusual about new guys. And everyone asked if we were related because we looked alike. He was probably late 30s, early 40s, and I was 18 at the time, and he was fatter. He seemed to carry himself like me the way he walked and spoke. His second day, we worked together on a wrapping station, and the first thing he said to me was, "You still have that Penthouse magazine under your mattress?" And I did. Weird, but totally normal for teen boys, I suppose. He then said, "I know everything about you. You are worried about never getting a girlfriend." I was floored, but I again thought it was a usual teenage thing. I mean, I wasn't the best looking guy, so I guess it wasn't a stretch to guess. Probably the start of bullying and the end of my job, as one thing I liked most about myself is that I have no problems fighting anyone, anywhere, anytime. No matter how big or how many, I was always down. I never won, but I could take a beating and the person usually quit and never messed with me again. I asked him why he was saying all this stuff, and he looked at me, and his expression is seared into my mind, and it left an image that I see daily. He said, "I am you." He then went on to tell me everything about myself. I mean, my deepest, darkest secrets that no one knows. Then, he kept telling me more about myself. And then we went to lunch and were outside smoking and, yep, same brand, Camel Wide regulars. Hard to find where I lived, so I'd never seen anyone else smoking them. I asked him to be serious and asked how he knew all that stuff. And he said, "I already told you, Tom Thok." Tom Thok is a nickname that only one person ever called me, and he was my dad's friend that I barely saw. A crappy Jetta pulled into the parking lot, and he said, "That's our girl. She's the demon who is horrible to us." I asked him why he was with her, and he said, "She's the best we could do." When she got out, she was disgusting looking. I mean, absolute trailer trash would be too kind, and she waddled her ass over to us. She said, "Let's go." Before he left, he stared right into my soul and said, "We deserve better. Please, go to college and stop being lazy and make something out of yourself." Trailer Park Girl just kind of laughed like, "Yeah, right." He left with her, and I never saw him again. I think I ran into a younger version of her at a friend's house years later, and he introduced me and said we should hook up.
I said no. I went to college and stopped being a pathetic, lazy cringe fest. I accomplished everything I set out to do, as I always felt the need to not let him down. Now, I know none of this makes sense. How can I explain something that I can barely understand myself? None of it makes sense whatsoever, like why would a future me get a job with me? He had to fill out a job application and have his references checked, right? Yeah. I asked my manager, who was a POS, who just told me to mind my own damn business and focus on my job and try to be less of a screw-up. Has anyone had something like this happen to them? It's haunted me daily since. I'm 48, and I haven't seen any time travel machines. Help me out here. Maybe end this once and for all.
This happened in the mid-2000s. My husband had bought a used pickup truck that had been worked on and souped up, as the saying goes. We called it his race truck. By all appearances, it seemed to be a normal truck. It ran fast, and I'm pretty sure we drove it for a while before noticing an odd occurrence. At this point in time, every morning during the week, my husband and I drove together to a place halfway between our jobs, where I would pick up my car at a friend's business and head east, while he continued north. It saved on gas. Most of our commute together was on the interstate. There was one spot in particular where something very strange happened every morning around 6 a.m. We listened to talk radio during the ride, and several miles past a way station for tractor trailers, the radio would develop static and fuzz out. When it came back on, the previous minute of the broadcast we had just been listening to would play all over again, and then the broadcast would continue as normal. The first time it happened, we didn't think much of it. Just a crazy blip in the radio signal, right? And then it happened again the next day, and the next, and on and on. Every morning, the static in the previous 60 seconds would play all over again. We thought it must be the radio station having issues. After a while, though, it went from being a curiosity to a downright annoyance. It was like having to do over a whole minute of every day. We couldn't find a rational explanation either, but it was somehow tied to that truck. If memory serves correctly, I think it did happen with another radio station one time. However, it did not happen in any other vehicles or near any other way stations. It continued to occur like clockwork for as long as my husband owned the truck, but after he sold it, we never experienced the repeating minute again. That particular stretch of interstate does seem to possess some kind of time anomaly. It's like an inverse of Einstein's theory. For about a 25-mile stretch, which includes the way station, I have noticed the faster I drive, the longer it takes to reach my destination. Conversely, the slower I drive, I make it with time to spare. I've monitored the clock against my speedometer, and even allowing for morning traffic, this still bears out. My husband and I call it the time tunnel, and I've been on time to work many mornings thanks to this anomaly. Past that 25-mile range, however, it's back to the ordinary laws of physics, so you'd better step on it. This was actually about a kid I used to babysit. He had a wild imagination. Between all these made-up games that he played, stories he would tell me, and the likes. So, at first, it was hard to take this seriously. One time, I was watching him in the evening, so I was making popcorn for us.
They had a gas stove, so it was always a trick to get it to light. While I was starting it, he came running into the kitchen, so I told him to slow down and watch out so he didn't catch his hair on fire. He responded with, "Oh, I know. Fire hurts. I died in one," and had these huge eyes as he told me. I just kind of snickered, thinking he just said something incorrectly, and then said something like, "Then you know you shouldn't be close to the stove." So he smiled and walked away. Weird. A few days later, I was over there again and we were watching some kids' shows. I don't remember what it was called, but they always did some kind of simple learning or science thing, and they would always go through a safety part like don't run with scissors, always use the crosswalk, look both ways, things like that. And this time it was about how to escape from a fire and to stop, drop, and roll. They showed if you were in a building to keep low and to put a damp towel on your head, if possible, and then crawl to the exit. This boy pops up and says, "Sometimes you can't." I just said, "What do you mean?" We didn't have towels downstairs, and it's hard to crawl upstairs. Once I finally figured out what to say, I asked him if his old house caught on fire, though I didn't recall his parents ever mentioning one. So he explained more. He said his old house did, but he couldn't get out. What are you supposed to say to that? I just asked, "Did someone have to save you then?" He looked annoyed, like I wasn't understanding, and I guess I wasn't. And then he said, "No, I died," and just stared at me. I just said okay and left it at that. I asked his parents that evening about a house fire, and they said they've never been in one, and he certainly hadn't. I told them what he said, and they thought it was weird too, but assumed it was just something he watched, so I let it go, even though I still thought it was odd. They ended up going on vacation, so I didn't babysit for 2 weeks. But when I came back, he was right back at it. We were playing something like superheroes, and I ended up being killed by the bad guy. As I laid on the ground, he came up to me, rubbed my face, and whispered, "Be alive again." So I got up and pretended to be a zombie, and he told me, "No, you get a real life again, like me." I thought we were playing still, so I mentioned that he hadn't died yet. He then tried to explain to me again that he got a new real life after the fire. I know it's useless arguing with a child, but I said, "Your mom and dad told me you guys didn't have a fire though." That's when he must have gotten tired of repeating himself, so he explained it as he walked back and forth. He said it was his old self in his old home with his old mom, dad, and big brother. He said he was in the basement, in his brother's room where he fell asleep, and he woke up feeling hot. He said the last thing he remembered was yelling for his brother, and the stairs being too hot to climb. This whole time that he's telling me this, he doesn't seem sad, but more so relieved. Especially as he said, "But it's okay. They were able to get out, and they had a party for me." Not gonna lie, that freaked me out. But just to check, I had asked him, "So, did this happen to you, or did you see this in a movie?" He got mad at me, like I didn't believe him, so I had to apologize, and I told him that I was happy that he was okay now. I tried asking if he remembered what his home or family looked like, but he said all he could remember was the yellow house. This time, I didn't tell his parents. He seemed so matter-of-fact and detailed for such a young child that I left it alone. But now, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in looking up house fires. Does anyone know how to tell someone who lost a child that they've moved on and they're happy again?
I'll try to make this as short as possible, but I'll add some context first. It was 3 years ago this month. I was at the hospital with my 10-year-old daughter because my stepdad was dying and only had a couple days left to live. I'd been there all day, and at around 10:40 p.m., my mom said, "Son, it's almost 11. Go home, get some sleep, and I'll see you in the morning." I said okay, told everyone goodbye, and headed for the parking garage. As I pulled out of the parking lot and grabbed my phone to call my wife to let her know that I was leaving, I noticed it was exactly 11 p.m. The hospital was about 58 miles away and is almost exactly an hour from my house. The 2-lane highway I took, I've been down 1,000,000 times my whole life. I live in southern Illinois, and it's the fastest way to get to Kentucky, where the hospital is. The first half of the drive is fairly flat. Then it's consistent hills once you get to the Shawnee National Forest. It's extremely rural, with no streetlights, stop signs, or traffic lights the whole way, except one highway you drive over with the streetlight on the east side of the road, which is almost halfway to my house from the hospital. Anyway, me and my daughter were just driving over the Ohio River when I realized I needed to pee. With no gas stations or businesses until I get home, approximately 55 miles away, I decided that worst case scenario, I hold it in until the halfway point with the streetlights, pull off the road, and go. About 10 minutes into the trip, when I'm driving through a very straight section of highway with cornfields on both sides, a really dense fog comes out of the east cornfield and completely covers everything. It was hard to see any further than 30 feet in front of me, but I couldn't see anything on the sides of me. It was like driving through a tunnel. You can't see anything except forward. Because it was deer season, I wanted to be cautious, so I had my daughter sitting up and looking for deer from her side of the road just in case. After another 20 minutes or so, this really strong feeling came over me. It was pure confusion and panic. I felt lost. I realized that I should have been to the streetlights by now, but I hadn't even made it to the hilly part of the road yet. So I asked my daughter if she's seen any lights on the side of the road. No. Have you seen any other cars? No, I haven't seen any other houses either. I told her that we just couldn't see them because of the fog and kept driving. I didn't want her to be freaked out like me. Then, I realized we're at least 45 minutes into this trip. We haven't seen any cars, lights, and the road has been straight the entire time. So, we must be lost. I pick up the phone to call my fiancé when the fog suddenly breaks, and my confusion goes to the roof when I realize we are just outside a small town, about 10 to 15 minutes from my house. While the town is on the way home, we never went up a single hill or around a curve. One curve on the way is almost 90 degrees, and the speed limit around it is 45 miles per hour, so there's no way to miss it. I spent the last 10 minutes driving home trying to rationalize what just happened. The scariest explanation I had come to was I fell asleep and somehow managed to drive 45 miles up and down steep hills and around sharp curves with my daughter in the car right next to me. As bad as that made me feel, it gave me some kind of relief because it gave me an explanation of what just happened. That all changed once I got home. I parked the car, got the kiddo and her stuff, and was walking in the door to tell my wife sorry it took so long, except when we walked in, she had a shocked look on her face and said, "How did you get here so fast?" Thinking she was being a smartass, I said, sorry, it was a weird drive. There was a really bad fog and I couldn't see anything most of the way, and that's why it took so long. She said, "What do you mean it took so long? I just talked to you on the phone 20 minutes ago when you called and said you were leaving." Me, that was over an hour ago. I called you at 11 o'clock. And then she said, "Babe, I know, but it's 11:20. I looked up at the clock and it was 11:20. I checked my phone, 11:20. I went to the kitchen and checked the stove, 11:20. I checked my phone again, and I did in fact call her at 11. I was freaked out, so I pulled her outside and quietly explained to her what happened, so my daughter wouldn't hear anything, and her become as freaked out as we were. We couldn't come up with any explanation, so we go to sleep, because I had to be back at the hospital as early as possible. We never spoke about it again. We just kinda forgot about it overnight. I didn't even remember it happening until the next day. Then, just about a week ago, all that changed. I was telling my wife about a comment I read on here about a girl and her parents road tripping, coming up on some dense fog, and they were lost. They stopped at a gas station that they'd never seen before, but some weird guy there just kept telling them to leave. Something about the story seemed really familiar to me. And then, out of nowhere, my daughter says, "Dad, that reminds me of the creepy fog we drove through when Papa was in the hospital." I asked her what fog, and she was telling me in detail what happened and how she was scared because of how freaked out I looked. It all just came to me. I remembered everything, which really freaked me out that I had forgotten what happened, and then it all just came back to me at once. We talked about it, and we both remembered it the same way. The only exception being was she told me the look on my face scared her because she knew something was wrong when I thought I had played it tough, the fearless dad role to a T. I know it happened 3 years ago, but since I forgot about it, somehow I've only had a week to analyze it. The only thing I have ruled out was the time changing. Where I live and where the hospital is are both in the same time zone. My stepdad died in October and time didn't change until November. I honestly have no explanation for what happened, but I've thought about it every day since I remembered it a week ago. As a teenager, I lived in a dead-end neighborhood, a mile into an expansive state forest in a rural Connecticut town, with lots of history and a supposedly haunted graveyard. The town had a heavy energy, and I had plenty of spooky little glitch experiences while living there. For instance, seeing movements in my peripheral vision. But the one big glitch which I remember so vividly all this time later happened on a cloudy, gray November afternoon, when I decided to go on one of my many woods adventures. Usually, I would do these excursions with neighborhood friends, but this day, I was alone. I started out from my backyard and went straight into the woods to explore a section I was less familiar with. As I wandered deeper, the day became grayer and gloomier. The trees were bare or had a few crispy brown leaves barely clinging to their branches, and the air was cool. A typical New England November day in the woods. It was nearing dusk, but I pressed on, wanting to see how far I could get. Suddenly, I found myself stepping out of the gray, wintry woods onto an old, rutted dirt road with worn wheel tracks and humps of green grass. No longer cold and gray, it was sunny. The sky was clear and blue, and the trees were full of green leaves all along the trail. There was a gentle, warm breeze, and it smelled of summer. I stopped, startled by the abrupt change, feeling as if I had just entered into another world. It was so pleasant and inviting. I wasn't scared. It was so beautiful and peaceful. I felt this overwhelming urge to walk down the path and see where it would take me. But noting the time and knowing it was cold and dusky mere seconds before I had stepped into this inexplicable sunshine, I decided that I didn't have time to explore this lush, tempting road, especially since doing so would change my direction, and I was concerned about getting disoriented and not being able to find my way home, in what should have been the rapidly darkening evening. Instead, I decided to come back the next day with a friend. I turned around and I stepped back off the trail into the chilly November gloom and headed home via the same straight line that I had plotted. I couldn't stop thinking about that place. It was so surreal and peaceful. It had no business being that green and sunny. The next day, I recruited a friend determined to show her, but we couldn't find the trail. I never found it again, even though I remembered exactly how I got there and tried to find it several times after. I sometimes think back on that day, all those years ago, and I wonder why it was there and what would have happened if I had decided to walk down that path. Sorry if this is long or boring, but has anyone else had something like this happen? Just to say, this took place in Burlington, Connecticut, and yeah, I'm glad I didn't end up on r/missing 411. I live in a town with several 19th century era buildings, including a few Napoleonic forts. 4 known ones, and they're all well known to urban explorers and have been thoroughly explored and mapped, including one with several tunnels. When I was 16, me and my friends decided it would be a fun day out to go there. We had done this many times and we knew the fort by heart, including all exit/entry points that had not been closed up by the council yet. We went in as usual and all seemed normal. We climbed around and had some fun before moving on to the tunnels. We decided to go through the most popular tunnel there, as it was the easiest to navigate, and one of my friends was a bit claustrophobic. We had gone through this tunnel several times before, and so did many others, so it is very well mapped and usually opens up to just a big empty room, with windows looking into the center of the fort. This tunnel, it does fork off in 2 directions, but both lead to similar rooms. However, this time, for some reason, after taking a left at the fork like we usually did, as the room on that side was in a less decayed state, the tunnel opened up to something that, to this day, me and my friends cannot explain nor replicate. We entered what at first seemed to be the usual room, but we quickly noticed that it was in a near-perfect state. No graffiti, no vandalism, no empty beer cans or charred floor from a campfire. Nothing. It was like the place hadn't been touched since it had been converted into a hospital in World War II. We were very confused, but decided to look around. We quickly noticed that this was a completely different fort. We all thought that we had stumbled our way in and that it had somehow gone unnoticed by urban explorers in the area, and that we had found it by pure accident. With little hope, I tried looking up the coordinates for it, but unfortunately, as was often the case in these areas due to the forts essentially being buried, I couldn't get any GPS signal, which didn't surprise me. We explored and speculated on the position of the untouched fort for the rest of the day, thinking that we had scored gold, having found ourselves the dream hideout hangout area. The tunnel was roughly 1 kilometer long, so we knew it couldn't be too far from the known location. After a great day of exploring this urban explorer's wet dream, we packed up and left without any problems. We went through the tunnel and popped out the other end in the expected place. This is where it struck us. We took great care in noting our way back through the tunnel in order to find the fort again on our next visit. The route we took was the same as we always did. We had not accidentally deviated or anything.
This was the exact same route we usually took. Me and a mate decided to quickly run back to it, just to make sure. We arrived at the opening and, as usual, the tunnel opened up to the room that we had earlier expected. Since then, my friends have tried numerous times to find the fort again. Unfortunately, I cannot take part in the search at the moment for personal reasons. I have, however, tried to find signs of it on Google Earth, but unlike its supposed neighboring fort, it doesn't appear there at all. All research I have done related to this does not seem to indicate the existence of this fifth fort that we saw. To this day, that fort remains some sort of glitch in the Matrix. And I'm not posting this here to be solved. I just think it's an interesting and mysterious event.
Hi, I'm from Italy, and I've already contributed with 2 posts since strange things happen often to me, but this happened yesterday to my sister, and she's still freaked out. Due to the pandemic, she's working at home, and every midday she goes to our parents to take the family dog out for a walk. So, yesterday, she went to take Jazz, and there was no Jazz. He was nowhere to be found. Our dad was grocery shopping, and our mom was in the kitchen. When she asked her if Jazz was with our father, our mother asked her, "Who's Jazz?" Long story short, there was no dog. Apparently, after the death of our first dog, we didn't get another one. Thinking it was a strange prank, which is not typical of our parents. They're not pranksters, and they're in their 80s. She searched the house, and she couldn't find anything suggesting the presence of a dog. No dog food, no dog bed, no dog toys, which she had plenty of, and are always everywhere. Then, our dad came home, and still, no dog. When she interrogated him, he started to think that she was the one who was joking. At the same time, from the kitchen TV, she heard the news reporter talking about the end of the pandemic and the surge of something that she couldn't understand. This morning, she said to me that the reporter didn't seem very preoccupied for the search of whatever it was, because words that she couldn't hear would take care of it. She was so agitated that she also warned me that maybe she just didn't understand it. After that, she returned home because she didn't want our parents to see her while she was freaking out, and she tried to call me. Because while she is indifferent to these kinds of events, she knows that I'm a believer, and she wanted me to join her to try to understand what was happening. And then, I was nowhere to be found. My cell phone wasn't active, and she couldn't even reach the shop where I worked. They simply just did not answer the phone, which is quite improbable because, except when we're closed, it's mandatory for us to answer the phone. She tried with some of my friends too, with no success. After that, she said she went to bed and cried until she fell asleep. This morning, I found 16 calls from her, with today's date. I called her back worried that something had happened and she was crying. She was still very agitated, that she didn't even bother with Jazz and left him at home because she didn't want him to spend the night with her. She also confessed to me that yesterday she couldn't muster the courage to call our parents or relatives to ask about me because she was too scared they would tell her she was an only child. At the moment, she doesn't want to talk about it anymore, and obviously I keep asking myself what that was. My parents told me yesterday that they didn't see her at all. They tried to call her at midday for the dog, but her phone was mute, and they concluded that maybe she was just busy. They thought it was strange that her phone was muted, and they didn't bother to look into it. That's all. I keep wondering where Jazz and I were, and what the news was talking about. Maybe in some other universe, if my sister was not hallucinating. She's never had this kind of problem, though. but maybe there the events are evolving faster and better? I'm really curious, but she's still freaked out to talk about it again. Thank you for reading, and for any additional opinions. Update. My sister made a doctor's appointment for next week, because we talked about nightmares and vivid dreams, and she'd had those, but nothing like this. She thinks that she's stressed and that she may be having a mental breakdown. The evening we spent together, she told me the rest of the story. There was no mystery in it. She got home, totally panicked, and she could not stop crying. She laid down to calm down, and in the end, she cried herself to sleep. She was awakened by the cold in the middle of the night. She felt confused, tired, and had a massive headache. Then she vaguely remembered calling me, and then my phone was finally ringing. She felt reassured by the ring, and she kept trying to make it ring every time she woke up. Unfortunately, I don't have a ringtone, so I only saw the calls in the morning. Now she's very angry that she panicked, and she's making me swear that it wasn't a bad joke on my part, and she's decided to see the doctor. She ruled out anything weird to her. The only mystery is that she lost a day. That Sunday before going to get the dog, she did some computer work and then she got dressed and went to my parents'. When she woke up, the computer was on standby, but there was no work on it. She was completely dressed and the bed was made. The door wasn't locked. Maybe she was sleepwalking? But she's never suffered from that. Anyways, that's all. Thank you again for the attention. I was reminded of this by another post, and someone suggested I make it its own post, so I have done that with a bit more detail. To start with a bit of backstory, as it seems ridiculous to claim a driver would deliberately speed into someone without it. When I was still in school, far too many years ago, I was over 16 for the mods. My secondary school went 11 to 18. I lived in a small town just outside a pretty major UK airport. Most of the people in the town worked at the airport, and there were two main routes out. One went past my school on the outskirts of the town, and one went all the way around the back and included a diversion onto the local motorway. Hence, most people took the route past my school, as it was more direct and, without it being school time rush hour, faster. Sadly, my school had a problem with hit and runs, as many drivers, despite the crossings and traffic calming measures, were unable to accept that they would be slowed down by teenagers crossing the road to school. There was a particular issue with drivers making like they would slow down, then speeding up when you stepped out to cross, then slamming on the brakes to stop inches away from people. Or, on a few occasions, not slowing down at all. Then, the actual incident. I was crossing the road into school one day. Normally, I took the bus, which dropped you off on school grounds, but I was dropped off by my mom that morning, as she had to go into my sister's primary school, so she could just drop me on the way and save an extra half hour of sleep. She didn't drop me at my school, though. She left me at the primary school, and I walked over. I was crossing the road, and remember seeing a silver car. I'm pretty sure it was a Peugeot, but I'm not sure on the model. Approaching the crossing, and it started making to do the above-mentioned pretend stop, speed up, stop maneuver, but without the final stop part. That is where I have no memory, just the stepping out from the curb with the approaching car. Then nothing. There is no chance it did not hit me, as it couldn't have slowed down in time, and I remember being well aware of this fact, but not being able to get out of the way. If you've ever been hit by a car or been a similar type of incident,
That feeling just before it hits you is a moment you do not forget. The next thing I know, I was some ways up the road. Probably lost about 10 seconds of memory, maybe a little more, and I was walking mid-conversation with another girl from school who I know went there and saw around, but had never spoken to. And she was slightly younger than me, so we had never really crossed paths. This was an established conversation, and when I came to, I stopped and was pretty confused. But she thought I was being really weird and maintained that we had been chatting and walking for a while. The school day went as normal, but when I got home, I spoke to my mom about it as I was still kind of freaked out. And she was totally chill about it. She's the type to overreact, so this was strange in itself. She, and I put this down to her being religious, not a paranormal experience, just said that my dead great-grandma had probably saved me and to not stress over it. Still, to this day, I have no idea what happened, and I believe it was some sort of glitch. There is no other way. Nothing pushed me out of the way of the vehicle, and the way I just jumped into a somewhat abnormal situation, like the universe just had to cobble something together to make it plausible, that I would never normally have been there. This makes me think that maybe I shouldn't have been, and the universe had to correct it. I don't know, but it was definitely weird, and it still freaks me out 8 years later to think about it. Last year, August of 2020, me and my significant other were cleaning my room and he found something weird on the top of my closet. For some context, last year we had a psychiatry class for the very first time in our 3rd year at university. The teacher with whom we never had classes before told us to read this book written by him. Me and my significant other were staying at my family's house due to quarantine. So, since we both had the same class, I decided that I was going to print a copy, being that one, and the only book that we had at home. That thing we found on the top of my closet was the exact same book with some slight differences. And meanwhile, I printed the whole book with only one side of the paper sheets being used. Yep, silly me. The other one was with the paper sheets printed on both sides. Meanwhile, my book had a transparent book cover. The other one had a transparent blue cover. Whenever I'm reading, I constantly highlight things and take notes. Some pages had the exact same things that I highlighted on my book, on the other one with small differences, such as different pen colors. But we both used orange highlighter. I knew that this book was not mine or my significant other's, and neither one of my family members, as no one else studies psychology over here, nor reads anything related to that. But what confirmed me that it was definitely not ours was the handwriting. It was completely different from mine, or any of the people that live here. And no, it isn't from a friend or anything like that. It's super weird since it's the book of our class. We obviously haven't seen any classmates due to the pandemic either. The book had with it some other loose pages from an apparent philosophy class. Coincidentally, I had taken that class too, but I quit after the first week, so I'm pretty sure I didn't print anything. I was a bit scared, but I kinda thought that it was probably me from another dimension, the me who took the philosophy class and stayed and also had the psychiatry class, and somehow she lost the book in the notes here, and probably got bad grades or something. I got a 7, which in my country is the highest score.
maybe we're the opposites in some aspects, me and her. But maybe I'm just rambling. I wanted to share this and know about any similar experiences. I've seen some while lurking on this sub before, which encouraged me to tell my story. Anyway, have a good night.
Strange. Some backstory that may or may not seem really all that relevant. I am 27 years old, and I work in computer networking systems. When I was in high school, I took all the computer classes that I could in order to get myself into a position that I would be comfortable working with computers and the such on a daily basis. I didn't really expect to go into network systems, but I found my niche and I'm comfortable in what I do now. I make decent money, and while my actual dream was to become a software developer, I'm fairly happy with my life as it is. So on that, I even took a year of intro to programming when I was in high school. It was basically a primer with the overall structure of programming, how to properly write code, and even some projects using Python. It was a super basic class, but I had a good time in it, and I learned a few things over the year that I had that class. Honestly, it was one of my favorite classes, mostly because the teacher was a super funny guy, and he was all about making the class and learning the concepts entertaining. I remember that we actually had a few projects. One where we had to write pseudocode to program a robot to do our homework. There was a group project where we actually had to do a full stack mock-up, and that's everything from front end to back end, by the way, so user interface to background code. I promise you that all of this is important. There's a reason that I'm mentioning it. Fast forward to this last year, in 2020. My brother landed a job as a back-end software developer. Basically, he writes the code that works on the actual back end of the system. He's a year younger than me, and he's always kind of followed in my footsteps, up to and including my interest in IT and coding. Unfortunately, my love for coding stopped after high school. It may have been one of my favorite classes, but I wasn't any good at it, and I tried my damnedest to get the hang of it. That said, he took to it super quick, so he learned the ins and outs of coding, and he was beyond proud to have landed this gig. So, all this out of the way, here's where the weirdness actually starts to kick in. When my brother told me that he got the software development job, I was ecstatic. I told him congrats. We exchanged some idle chit-chat. Then I made a quick joke about how he better be careful, or else I would ask him to get me a job with him. He laughed and responded with, "You never liked programming. You wouldn't want to do this job." I then reminded him that I took a programming class in high school because I wanted to be a software developer. And his humored laugh turned into a confused stare. He then tells me that I never took a programming class, and that if I had, he would remember it. I then told him that it was Mr. Smith's programming class and that I learned the basics, and that we also even learned some Python coding. He then tells me straight that Mr. Smith never taught a programming class, and that I never took a fundamentals of coding class. We bantered back and forth for a few minutes, and I bet him dinner that I would get my transcripts and prove to him that I did take this class. He took me up on it. I went upstairs into my office and pulled my education documents out of my drawer of my desk, which is basically just my degrees and transcripts in case I ever need them. I sort through them until I get to my high school transcripts, and I start going over the years. I go over them once, and I don't see a programming class. I started thinking about it, and I figured it must have been my junior year based on how long I had left. And I remember that a buddy of mine took the class with me, and he was a year ahead of me, so it would have had to have been before my senior year. I combed over the classes, and according to my new transcript, I never took a coding class with Mr. Smith. This class that I distinctly remember taking, that I remember all of the projects, the basics, the topics we went over, never existed. And apparently I never learned anything about any of it. What's really confusing to me, in my junior year, there's now a class that I took that I don't remember. Introduction to Photography and Videography. Something that I have absolutely zero interest in, yet I apparently took it for a year. Even more interesting, this class was instructed, based on the documentation, by a David Smith. The Mr. Smith that I remember teaching the programming class. I somehow ended up in a timeline where my education changed, and I apparently never learned something that I very much remember learning. I know that one possibility is that my official transcript is incorrect, but I just don't think that's the case, honestly. These are official documents, and I've had them for 8 years. I feel like I would have noticed that there was an incorrect class on the document when I submitted them for my college application, or maybe when I graduated and got them. In the end, I guess I'm just crazy and remember stuff that I never learned, and unfortunately I'm still no good at it. Oh, and I had to buy my brother Chipotle, by the way. It was his choice. Every morning since last year, my department holds a meeting at 8 a.m. through WebEx instead of in person because of precautions due to COVID. At around 7:30 a.m., right now, I head downstairs to use the bathroom and have a pre-meeting smoke to mentally prepare myself / unwind. It's usually around this time frame that my manager walks past me, 10 feet to my left, opens the door and goes up the stairwell leading to our offices. Friday morning was no different than any other day. Everything was normal. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my manager walking in, so I walk toward him. I say, "Hey, good morning, Joe." He returns the greeting, says what's up. I take another drag and flick my cigarette so I could walk up with him. He opens the door, and as he does this, I take a couple of steps to grab my water bottle so I can walk in with him and pre-discuss the plan of the day. I stopped the door from closing completely, but when I walked in, he wasn't in sight. I started walking up the steps, 4 floors, and I stopped to hear if he's in the stairwell too, because I couldn't hear him. There was no sound. When I got to the top and into the office, his door was closed. I asked my coworker, "Hey, is Joe in there?" as his door was already closed. She tells me, "No, he's not in yet." I looked at her confused and asked if she was sure, and she confirmed that he wasn't. He would have to walk right past her to get into his office, and she would have noticed. So, I turned the knob of the door and I opened it to a pitch-dark office and no Joe. Confused, I walked to the window and his truck wasn't there. At this point, I'm at a loss, so I go back and ask her again if she's sure or if I'm crazy. She laughed and asked why. I told her that I just saw Joe and that we'd had a brief discussion / encounter downstairs. She swears up and down that he has not been in, and he won't be for a while. as he's in the meeting on the other side of campus. I said, "Linda, I'm telling you, I just saw him and I spoke to him. Green flannel shirt, jeans, he was carrying an open toolbox and had a package on his arm. I swear, I just saw him." The morning meeting went on. Joe wasn't involved. I sat there confused, but accepted that maybe I'm making things up and maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm tired and I'm just used to that being the normal. But I know that I saw him and spoke to him. 45 minutes later, I'm at the printer between Linda and Joe's office, and the door at the top of the steps opens up, and in he comes. I turned and looked, and I wish I could have seen the look on my face. He walks up and says his usual, good morning, what is up?" And Linda looks at me and says, "Look at your face. Joe, look at him, he's pale white." I couldn't believe it, and now Linda could see it on my face. I was confused and shocked. Joe laughs and asks what's going on. Enthusiastically confused and scared, I asked, "Joe, did we have a conversation about an hour ago at the bottom of the steps?" He looked at me confused and explained that he was on the West Shore in a meeting at that time, and then he stopped for donuts on his way over here for the office and the crew out on the floor. He looked right at me, wearing a green flannel shirt that I've never seen him wear before, blue jeans, a black toolbox, and a white box of donuts tucked under his arm. He laughed it off and went about his morning routine. I stood there in disbelief. Linda stared at me confused and in dismay. It bothered me all morning and afternoon. I felt off as I went home. Later on that evening, I decided to pour a drink. I had one and decided to take the elevator downstairs and have a smoke outside. When I was done with the smoke, I disposed of it properly and turned around to let myself back in the building. As I turned around, I swear I felt everything slow down immensely. And I remember saying out loud to myself, "Something is wrong. What is wrong with me?" And I slowly dropped down to the ground and took a knee. Everything felt off. I stood up slowly, thinking of who I should call. I just didn't feel right. As I slowly stepped toward the door, everything sped back up to normal, and I felt completely fine. I'm not really sure what to make of any of this, and to be honest, I haven't felt right since Friday morning. Any thoughts? Because I'm at a loss. It feels like wherever I'm at in the moment, I'm not. Like I'm in a dream or something. Nothing feels normal. Walking, conversations, people seem different, and everything feels slower.
I've had a few surgeries over the years. C-section, my tonsils removed, corrective surgery to fix a bunion, got a few suspicious moles removed by a plastic surgeon with local anesthesia. With all of these, I'd have the same reaction/experience coming out from those drugs. Mainly, feeling a little loopy or chatty, but otherwise like myself. However, about 3 to 4 years ago, I had the most unusual experience. And when I shared it with my husband, who was in the recovery room, it made that experience even more unusual. I was out of surgery after having my gallbladder removed. I was awake and lucid. The hospital staff had brought in some light snacks to my room, and I'd asked my husband to read me some news while I ate. He obliges me, and I'm sitting happily, nomming on some Jell-O and crackers and sipping on my orange juice in the hospital bed, when all of a sudden, this feeling of urgency overtakes me, and I tell him, I need to lay down, now. I repeat this 3 times, then this is where my story and his completely diverge. He said I suddenly started convulsing, and my eyes rolled up into my head. In a matter of seconds, the hospital staff rushed, reclined my bed, elevated my feet, and I came to like nothing happened. For me, I lived out an entirely different life in an entirely different reality, where I was working at a lab in some sort of scientific capacity. In this life, I'm a designer and my husband is the scientist. I was making some adjustments on a machine I was very familiar with in that life, but in this life, I couldn't tell you what it did. It was massive, though. It had a panel about 12 feet long with lots of dials and buttons and switches. I'd been working hard on solving this problem for a while, though I couldn't tell you exactly what the problem was now. Only that in that moment, I knew it had been a lifetime of research and trials, and that getting it right would help a lot of people, possibly even the whole world. The room was well lit, with large windows letting in a lot of natural light. The floor was made of a series of grates with panels you could pull up, presumably for maintenance on the vast bowels of the machinery. There was a doorway to my left and right. The room had a slight metallic smell, much like the old server rooms my dad used to take me to at DuPont. My lab coat was unbuttoned because it had been a long day of work. I had finally found the solution, and was about to input the final pieces needed to complete my project. I knew a lot of people were counting on me, but I also knew there were people who didn't want me to finish this project, as it would tip the scales of power. I had earlier gotten out of a meeting with the president of what country I couldn't tell you, only that places like the United States and China didn't exist there, and that didn't seem weird to me in the slightest. He had informed me that they were adding some extra guard details to my building to ensure my project wasn't sabotaged, seeing as I was close to completion. I didn't work for the government, but in some sort of mutual agreement with them. While there were other people in other parts of the building, the room I was in was limited access, and only a select group of people I trusted were allowed to enter. I would just sign off on some work one of those trusted people had come in to have me review, and they had just left the room. I was reflecting on how nice it would be to finally get a little vacation time, a rest from all this work, and spend it with my husband and family. Side note, in this world, my husband was the same person, but he stayed home and took care of the family, and our family was different in that world. 2 kids when I actually have 1. I was just about to do the final inputs and initiate the results, when all of a sudden, one of the grates in the floor opened up and pulled me down into the blackness by my feet. And I came to with a start and saw all the people around me and asked what was going on. My husband explained what happened, and when I asked how long I'd been out, he looked at me oddly and told me it was only a few seconds. It took me a while to shake this horrible feeling that I had to get back there, where or whenever that was. And I had to finish my work because so many people were depending on me, and no one else knew how to work that machine except for me. I've learned from some of my nurse friends that people can sometimes have this odd physical reaction to a certain type of anesthesia when coming out of it. But no one's ever heard of this weird mental, which felt very physical, experience that I had in those few seconds. I sometimes get the odd feeling like that was the real world, and what I'm experiencing is the delusion. And ever since then,
I occasionally experience those weird phantom noises just as I'm drifting off to sleep. But instead of bangs or other startling noises, like exploding head syndrome, mine are odd electronic beeps and chirps. Nothing in our house makes these noises, and these give me flashbacks of that place that I was doing important things in.
Full disclosure, this was a little over a decade ago, in my first year of high school. I only just came across this sub, and this has driven me bonkers for years. I'm glad I finally found somewhere to share it. So, when I was in grade 10, we had a school cafeteria that you could purchase a lunch at. I've always been kind of picky, but the caf had one thing that I loved: pizza rolls. These were just tortillas wrapped up with cheese and pizza sauce in them. These pizza rolls were only $1 or $2. So, I ate them every day for a good 6 months. Sometimes I'd go grab one when I was supposed to be in class, because I knew they were finished being made around 11:30. I bought them enough that I didn't have to tell our lunch ladies what I wanted anymore. They knew I was there for these glorious cheesy wraps. Anyways, one day, I went to the cafeteria as usual and asked for a pizza roll. The following conversation ensued. Lunch lady: "A what?" Me: "A pizza roll." Lunch lady: "Like a piece of pizza? We don't have any pizza today, hun." Me: "No, a pizza roll. Like the cheese and the tortilla." Lunch lady: "I'm sorry, hun, I don't know what you're talking about." Me: "The ones that I get every day. The cheese and pizza sauce in a tortilla. They're X dollars." Lunch lady: "I don't remember ever seeing those here, I'm sorry." Now, the script might not be word for word as it has been a long time now, but it's pretty close. The whole thing weirded me out enough that I'll probably never forget it. At the time, I figured that she was just forgetting. They make quite a bit of food daily, and she's not quite a spring chicken anymore. The next day I tried again with the other lunch lady, and the same conversation happened. At this point, I'm a bit freaked out, so I bring it up to my best friend who's been with me every day and mooched some of my pizza rolls more than once. She says the same thing. No idea what I'm talking about. I don't even know how long trying to get her to remember these snacks that she's seen me eat, and even eaten with me pretty much daily for months, and she's starting to look at me like I'm crazy. I brought it up to a few other friends, and no one ever remembers them. I even asked my now fiancé, who went to the same school, though we didn't know each other at the time. Nothing. I have no idea what happened, or why I seem to be the only one that remembers these, but I know for a fact that I ate nearly my body weight in these things in my first year of high school, and now everybody says that they never even existed. This is a long story, and I'm on my phone, so I apologize for any mistakes. For background info, this incident happened at my aunt's old one-story house. At the time this occurred, there were 10 people in the house in total. Also, only 3 to 4 were adults, making 6 kids that were living there. And this is important because the house was always loud. Another important part is we lived about half a mile from a local airport, where planes would fly all the time. It was loud inside and outside all the time. We didn't have money to do much, so someone was always home. And this story begins when I first wake up. I had a bunk bed with my twin. My cousins, all girls, shared another bunk along the wall. I noticed that it's eerily quiet, but I don't think much of it yet. I get up and in all of the other beds, the covers are messy, like they got up. No one was in the room. I thought they had just gotten up to go play and eat breakfast. I got up and I went into the living room, where I was met with complete, still silence. The house is usually booming with activity by 11 a.m., yet not a single soul was anywhere in the living room. I went into the kitchen next. No one. Again. I went into both of my cousin's rooms on opposite sides of the house. The covers were undone in both, and no one was in either room. I go into my aunt and uncle's room, which was the last resort for me, because we're not supposed to go in there unless you have to. I go to find that their room was exactly like the rest of the house. Covers unturned, yet no one was in the room. Our tiny attic was connected to the aunt and uncle's, bathroom. I checked it. Nothing. My first conclusion, it was that they all went out to eat without me, for the first time in our entire lives, and I was crushed. I went into the garage expecting to find cars gone, or at least one of us out there. I go out, and everyone's car is still there. Not only that, but I had stepped outside and had expected to hear something. Planes, cars, people, etc. All I heard was this deafening silence that was so alien to me. Half a mile from an airport, I should have heard something. It was like I was the last person on Earth and it was silent. Not only that, but I also didn't see anyone at that airport either. The reality was, I couldn't find my family, and I was absolutely terrified at this point. At this point, I lost it. I sat on the bench and I just cried. I pinched myself repeatedly, hoping to end whatever was going on, but it didn't work. I ended up just sobbing on the bench and watching the clock, hoping this world would end somehow, and I would have my family back. 20 minutes pass, and then an hour and a half, and then 2 hours on the bench, then 3. Out of nowhere, my dad just walks into the kitchen. I saw him from the bench. The door was glass, so you could see through it. I jumped up and ran into the kitchen and hugged him as tight as I could. I asked him, "Where were you?" He just said, "I've been here. What are you talking about?" My jaw hit the floor. Then, I noticed my cousins come out of our room that we shared. My aunt comes into the kitchen from her room. People just suddenly materialized. I was shocked, but I was just excited to have my family back. Life went on from that point. There was no waking up or anything like that. Let me know what your thoughts are. Before I get into this story, it was requested by the user that posted it that I ask if anyone has experienced anything similar, and if so, to please reach out to them. You can find them in the link in the description, or you can send it my way and I can forward the info. Thank you. I have experienced what I would consider small glitches before in my life. Most could be chalked up to misinterpreting what I see. Others I couldn't explain but are substantial. What happened 3 days ago is no small glitch. I've been mulling it over in my head trying to rationalize it, and thought here might be a good place to post in search of others with similar experiences. I live with my mom and younger brother in a small apartment on the east coast of Canada. What's important about the layout is we have a wall that stretches the length of the apartment with big windows, which gives us a view of the harbor. On this particular day, it was sunny out. Clear skies. The blinds were open, so the apartment was lit up with natural light. Another thing about the layout, My room has a floor-to-ceiling window to the living area. It's translucent and frosted, so you can't see specific details, only shadows. But it's enough to light up the room during the daylight hours. It was sometime during 3 in the afternoon when it happened. I was lying in bed on my phone scrolling through Twitter, and my mom was talking on the phone in the living room. I was suddenly overcome with this feeling that something important was about to happen. You know that memory almost everyone has when you're like 3 years old and just starting to become self-aware, and you say to yourself, I'm going to remember this moment forever. And then you do. It was like that feeling. Hard to describe in words, but those who have a memory like this will understand what I mean. So, I got that feeling. It lasts for just a few seconds, and then it's gone. Just as soon as it's left, it's dark in my room. There's no more daylight lighting my room through the window. I'm in the exact same position I was in. The phone is still in my hand, open to the same place on my Twitter timeline it was before the feeling, albeit with the 20% battery pop-up displayed, and my first thought is something like, it got cloudy quick. But I look at the time on my phone, and apparently it's now 7:27. I'm confused, and a little bit scared, honestly. So I open my door and enter the living space. It's definitely nighttime now, and the only light is from the apartment's dim outdoor light system and my neighboring city's light pollution from across the harbor. My mom is no longer on the phone, but in her room, taking a nap. My anxiety starts kicking in, and I've had low-level anxiety constantly ever since. My paranoia makes me worry that it's going to happen again, but mostly, I'm freaked out that I missed about 4 hours of my life and didn't even realize it. I know what some of your suggestions will be. Absent seizure, even though those rarely last more than 15 seconds, or that I fell asleep. Maybe I just zoned out for 4.5 hours straight. But I'm telling you, the difference between 3-ish and 7:27, it happened instantly. I didn't even blink, as cliche as that would be. Just boom. Suddenly, it's dark out, and apparently, I thought a tweet about my digital paint program's new feature was so intriguing that I decided to spend the next 4 hours in awe. I swear, I was even exhaling the same breath when the change happened. My arm was still in the same tensed up, uncomfortable position it was when I was lying on my stomach holding the phone. It would have stayed like that for hours, but it felt like no time had passed. Anyways, I'm really stuck on what happened here. I've noticed that I felt like time was speeding up recently, and others I've talked to have felt the same way. But I'm skeptical on whether or not this is related. Have any of you experienced anything similar, especially recently? So, I'm gonna try to keep this short, but it's really been freaking me out. I recently traveled across the country, stayed for 2 weeks, and then I returned on Sunday. I was visiting my boyfriend, and we had a very emotional departure. I always pay extra for window seats on planes. I love to be able to watch out them. So I board the plane, and the window seat doesn't have a window. It's just the plain wall. I was aggravated, but I brushed it off. I was very emotional, and I ended up falling asleep on the plane. I woke up suddenly and had no idea what time it was, where in the sky I was, how much longer I had on the flight, or how long I had been asleep. I felt very wrong, and like something was just incorrect. I almost felt scared and definitely confused. I land, I get picked up by a friend, I stay at her house, and I felt sort of out of place, but I just chalked it up to me being gone for 2 weeks. I eventually went downstairs to my room, and I instantly felt that something was different. It didn't seem like it was my room. Almost like it was someone else's and I was just in it. I was very emotional, very tired, and I just wanted to unload my bags, so I ignored it. A few minutes later, I went to plug in my phone charger, and the outlet was in the wrong spot. I have my bathroom door/wall, and then my nightstand, then my bed, and then another outlet on the other side of my bed. I've always complained about how plugging my charger up in that outlet bends the cord, as I have to pull it up on top of the nightstand to use it, as the other outlet has other things plugged in. The nightstand is up against the wall, and my bed is up against the nightstand, and the other outlet perfectly lines up to where it's right at the other edge of the mattress. But now, the outlet is between the nightstand and my bed, up higher on the wall to where it's above the mattress and by the pillows. It's a good 3 or 4 inches to the left. I know it's moved. I've even pulled up pictures and videos that have had my room in them, and the outlet is not visible in them, as it was behind the nightstand. I live alone, so it's not a matter of my furniture being moved, and everything else is in the exact spot it's always been in. I have no explanation for this, and it's bugging me. Could I have slipped into another dimension or reality? Am I going crazy, or is there somehow a logical reason? Edit. Please do be nice to me. I've never posted here before, so I'm not sure if this is what I'm supposed to do. I've gotten a lot more replies than what I thought I would, and a lot of these theories are really interesting to me, and I'm going to take the time in the next couple weeks to look more into them. No one was in my house at all. Child and his father were at his house the entire 2 weeks, and his father doesn't have a key or any other way to access the house. No one was house sitting, and I don't think someone would break in just to change my outlet position. As for the pictures, I didn't mean I had a previous picture of my room/that wall alone by itself. I was referring to pictures and videos of my son running and playing in the room, and I don't feel comfortable posting content of him here. But I have asked my child's father about it now, and he also agrees that it seems to be moved. As for my mental health, I was emotional but not hysterical. It has crossed my mind that maybe I was jet-lagged, overly tired, or stressed or something, but I've caught up on sleep. I don't feel stressed or emotional or anything now, and I could still clearly remember it being in a different spot than what it now is. Thank you all for replying, and I really appreciate both the logical and illogical answers and theories. So, it's my second day here, but I have found the basic needed facilities like the toilet, staircase, lift, emergency exits, and so on. For the level I'm on, the toilet is one way, so there is a corner you turn to get to the toilets. At this corner, there is a camera that points away from the doors. So, if you have to go to the toilet, you would naturally pass by the camera twice. I go to the office, set down my things, and went to use the toilet. I finished my business and headed back to the office where I see my supervisor and the other person I'm supposed to be shadowing. The rest of the people in the team were also standing over my stuff and looking concerned. When I entered, one of my friends, who was also an intern at that place, saw me and honestly said, "Oh, she's back," with so much relief. I looked very confused and said that I had just gone to the toilet. My supervisor said, You were in the toilet for 2 hours? I was like, what? No, I was in there for 10 minutes max. My supervisor said, then where have you been? We all thought you were missing. Me, what? I just got here and went to the toilet. Did no one go to check the toilet? Supervisor said, we did, but no one was inside it. I said, what? My supervisor responded, well, at least you're okay. Back to work. I was still confused, but brushed it off. During some free time in between tasks, I went to the security officer and asked to see the camera footage of the toilet on my level. He showed me, and I saw that I had only passed the camera 2 times, and in between them, I saw one of my colleagues going into the toilet and coming out a few minutes apart. I thanked the officer and went about my work. So, yeah, I disappeared for 2 hours in my workplace toilet that only has 1 entrance and 1 exit. Edit. There are so many comments saying if this was the first time. Sadly, this isn't the first time. It happens almost once every semester on campus. The longest I've ever disappeared for is 8 to 10 hours. My friend is well aware of it. I've had medical screenings done and psychological evaluations, but everything seems normal. The toilet is also one of those with 3 stalls, but my coworker swears she opened all 3. Edit 2. Oh, thanks for the awards. People have asked about more detail about the camera footage, so I'm not able to get a copy of it due to it, actually being a security issue, but here are some details about it. The video is timestamped, with the time and hours that it has been recording. I went in at 8 hours, 34 minutes, and came out at 10 hours and 30 minutes. My colleague went in at 9 hours, 1 minute, and came out at 9 hours, 8 minutes. The camera caught both of us going in and coming out. I did ask if they could check the rest of the cameras along the corridor from the toilet. They did, and it all showed that I was missing for 2 hours. I specifically checked the camera in front of the office door that looks partially into the office and the corridors outside. The camera did see me walking through the corridor to the toilet and back from the toilet. The only thing odd was that the camera had shifted a bit for a few seconds to a minute. Like, it kind of glitches kind of thing. It was at around 9 hours and 12 minutes mark. But there was no way I could have exited the toilet and walked back to it without the other camera at the office door catching me. Or for the fact that I could have gone out past the office or walked around and went back into the toilet in about a minute. I was 23 and had to drive to the city for a doctor's appointment. It was fairly early, maybe around 7 or 7:30 a.m., but there wasn't much traffic out. Kind of weird for the area, to be honest. I made a wrong turn, so at a red light, I got into a U-turn lane. I knew this area fairly well, but I had never seen it so quiet. Usually it was a busy area for commuters. There were no cars around, though. No one ahead, behind, coming the other way. No people, no animals. It was a suburban area dotted with strip malls, but it was oddly quiet. The street was completely empty and was completely clean. There was no stuff in the road. Remember that detail, it's important. When I went to make my turn, something hit the passenger side of my car. It almost felt like another car sideswiped me, but I saw no other cars. There was a huge popping and cracking sound, and I heard glass shattering. It was enough force to where I lost control of the wheel for just a moment. I corrected it, completed the turn, all the while looking around to try to figure out what the heck hit me. Again, I saw nothing and no one. I pulled over across the street and got out of my car to take a look. There was plastic and glass scattered all over the street, like you would see in a car accident. It wasn't there before. It almost looked like bits of mangled side mirror, but my car was completely fine. Not a dent, not a scratch. There was no one there. No cars, no people, no one. My side mirrors, totally intact. I've tried to figure out what the heck just happened. Did I hit an invisible car? Was there a car and it just disappeared? Glitch in the Matrix? Some miscellaneous bits of plastic and glass materializing out of the ether? It's bothered me for 20 years. I still don't know what to make of it. My car was brand new at the time and not a dent or scratch. Whatever it was, it hit pretty hard. My boyfriend at the time looked my car over and there was no damage. If I'd hit an animal, wouldn't my car have some damage? And then where did the plastic and glass come from? It wasn't there before I made the turn. The pieces were 3 inches to 4 inches of black plastic, big enough to see from a distance if they were already in the road from a previous accident. Once I got back on the right street, the flow of traffic seemed to be normal for the area. There were no drugs involved either, and my eyesight is totally fine. So, I'm totally at a loss. It's the weirdest thing that I have ever experienced. Does anyone have a plausible explanation? First off, I read the rules and I don't believe this falls under the drug or alcohol abuse because it's simply about a place. So hopefully my post will stay for people's thoughts and comments. Anyways, I'm a nightlife person, but if there's nobody to go with or no activities to partake in, I usually would just stay at home. One evening, I was sitting at home, bored out of my mind, because karaoke had been canceled at a couple of bars I frequented for some reason or another, and my friends were leaving for a baseball game 70 miles away or so, and typically would stop by the distant town bars and take the train back. So, my night was, at that moment, uneventful. I sat at home thinking of stuff to do or movies to watch, and I was getting a bit restless. So, I thought, maybe I'll just go out to a bar anyways. Maybe I'll run into someone at least entertaining to talk to. But then I thought, my town is full of bars. I'll just Google for a local one that I've never been to and meet some new people. See what the place has to offer. So, I Google searched locally, and a place popped up on the map across a bar that I would usually visit for karaoke. I thought to myself, I've never seen a bar there before. I thought of where the pin marker was, and what I remember being there in typical passing was a white house with an almost steeple-like roof. Every time I drove by it in the past and glanced at it, the lights were always out, and I wondered if anyone lived there. There was never a sign that advertised it as a bar, and we actually had a number of houses like that in our town. The kind where you never see anyone go in, never see a light on, and never see a for sale sign in front of it, nor a car in the driveway. Fast forward, I decide to get up and drive and check it out. What harm could it do? There was never a light on, so I doubted anyone there would be woken up. And even if there was, I figured I could beg their pardon by showing them a pin on Google's map. When I got there, however, there was a light on. There was no sign indicating it was a bar, however. But the side street, which is typically empty, was absolutely lined with cars.
I found a great spot open right at the end of the street and parked there. As I approached it, I started hearing music blaring through the doors and the sound of a party. Not knowing if it was just someone doing a house party or what, I raised my hand to knock on the door, and just as I did, some acquaintances I would typically talk to at a different bar popped outside with cigarettes in hand. Seeing me, they exclaimed, "Hey, Chicken's here," referring to my nickname. Before I could say anything, they said, "Hey, come in, this party is hot." I went inside, and it was the most immaculately white bar that I've ever seen. All the walls were white, the bar counter was white marble, and there were wooden white columns in each corner. The ceiling was low, with those cheap white tiles with the holes and groove marks all over them. If you got them wet, they would basically break. You know the kind. And it had one of those old-time cigarette vending machines off to the side. There were TVs lined overhead, karaoke going on, and it was very cramped. I looked around, and it looked like I knew everyone that was there. We were almost all shoulder to shoulder with how packed the place was. I hear, "Hey, Chicken, great to see ya. What do you have?" by a familiar voice. I look at the bartender, and it's the same guy that owns one of the bars that canceled karaoke. Before I answer that, I said, "How long has this place been here?" Knowing that he had two other businesses. He said, "We just acquired this place a couple weeks ago. We still haven't gotten a sign yet. We got the bar in the town and we got the restaurant in the city. Me and the co-owner decided we were going to open this place and each run a bar during the night." That was all I needed to hear to quell my curiosities. Since it looked like I knew everyone and karaoke was going on, I thought I might as well make the best of it. And all night long I was enjoying the night as you would expect. Shots bought left and right. I was there for hours, having a good time. Then the night comes to a close and everyone's got to pay their tabs and leave. I stick around as the place empties out because I wanted to chat up about the place with the owner a little bit more, wondering if it was open during the day too. He said it was and that they served lunch. Having the day off work the following day, I told him I would be back for lunch tomorrow. The next day, I wake up with a hangover and decided to pick up lunch from the place and have a little hair of the dog just to get me through the day. I try to open the door, but it's locked. I knock on it, nobody answers. So I decide to go to the other place that he owns and ask him if there's a special hour that it's open. I show up at his other bar, I ask for a drink, and as he's pouring it, I start telling him about how much fun I had at his other bar. He just laughs and says, "Looks like you had a good time last night." I started asking him about the hours, and he says, "We're open from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I said, no, not for here, for your other bar." He then says, "We have no other bar. It's just this restaurant and here. Are you sure you didn't dream that?" I said, "No, I didn't get a hangover from a dream." He said, "Well, why don't you check your receipts?" And I replied, "That is an excellent idea." I opened my wallet and it was completely empty. I remembered that was probably one of the only times that I'd ever paid in cash because my bank was having issues with my card at that point in time and suggested that I pull out money to use. When I pay in cash, I don't keep receipts, and since I didn't use card, I had no bank statements I could check. The rest of the bar started to ridicule me about getting drunk at some other bar and dreaming it all up, so I just shut my mouth and ordered lunch to go. But that time at the bar, it still pisses me off years later. It was the most fun I had ever had with friends and acquaintances. I knew everyone, and everyone was having fun. I know that I was there. I can remember the details of the place. No other bar that I've been to looks like that. If I didn't know the people and karaoke wasn't going on, I wouldn't have stayed long, and I wouldn't have woken up with a hangover. And no, it wasn't a dream, because dreams don't empty your wallet and give you hangovers. I looked on Google after the fact, and the pin for the bar was still there. The pin stayed there for years, even after I reported that it was an error to Google. So, what do you all think? Anyone else ever have an experience similar to this? Anyone traveled to a pinned Google destination only to be told later it doesn't exist, even after you've already experienced being there previously? For Twilight Zone fans, I'll refer to this as my Willoughby. Update. This is the new location Google is putting out, and as you can see by the link, it says 10 years in business, with no way to contact anyone other than their phone number, which nobody ever answered back in the day when I called over the course of a number of days, just trying to get to the bottom of this. The pin now puts the pub in the middle of the street, and the location is 1701 North IL Route 83 in Lake Villa, Illinois. I remember being a junior in college and having to attend my first class at 10:50 in the morning. I had this class on Mondays and Wednesdays, and the college I was attending was right next to my apartment. I remember setting an alarm to repeat every Monday and Wednesday on my phone. One Wednesday, my alarm goes off, and I specifically remember seeing the time being 9:45 a.m. I start my day off as usual, turn off my alarm, go to the restroom, and eat breakfast. Before I would start my breakfast, I would put on the latest Jenna and Julian podcast to watch while I was eating. I remember starting the video at around 9:50 a.m. As I was finishing up my breakfast, I paused the video to clean up my mess, and I remember seeing the time being 9:58. As I'm cleaning up, I receive a phone call from my mom. "Hello?" I answered. "Hey, I was just checking to see if you had made it to school. You didn't text me that you were on your way," she replied. "I'm still at home. My class doesn't start until 10:50, I replied, confused. 10:50? It's already 11:05, she exclaimed. "Wait, huh?" I replied, looking at the time on my phone to see that it was, in fact, 11:05. "What? How is that possible? I just checked the time and it was 9:58. How was it 11:05? I replied with panic in my voice. "You probably overslept or set the time on your alarm wrong," she replied. No, that doesn't make any sense. My alarm is always set for 9:45, and I know for a fact, when I woke up, it was 9:45, I explained. "I'll talk to you later. I need to get ready for class. Love you," I said. "Love you too, and be careful," she replied before hanging up. I remember this sense of panic filling up my body, and my hands began to tremble at this situation. I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that I had just seen the time being 9:59, to now seeing it being 11:05. I was running late to class and did my best to try and get ready quickly. I rushed off to my campus and looked for a parking spot. I made it to class with only 15 minutes remaining. I remember telling my friend about what happened because I was still having really bad anxiety from the whole situation. He explained to me that he had a similar situation with his ex-boyfriend. He told me a story about how he would drop his ex off at work every day at 8 a.m. One day they woke up as usual, hopped in the car, and drove off to his work. He remembers dropping him off at exactly 8 a.m., and when his ex entered the building about 5 minutes later, he received a call from him. My friend answered the phone confused as to why he was calling him, and was hit with more confusion when his boyfriend was panicking, saying that he had arrived an hour late. My friend explained to how that was impossible because they had gotten there at 8, to which his ex told him to look at the time, and it was now 9:05 a.m. They were both left confused the whole day,
and didn't understand how that was even possible when they both remember seeing the time being 8 a.m. To this day, I have no explanation as to what happened with me or how it even happened. Has this unexplainable time change happened to you or anyone you know? Do any of you have stories or something similar happening to you, and does anyone have an answer for it? I've been watching a lot of glitch stories on YouTube recently, so I thought I would come here to share mine. I used to go around pubs hosting karaoke events, and there was this one in Hayes that I did once a month. After being there a few times, I got to know some of the regulars. In particular, this nice elderly man named Steve and his usual crowd. He told me he used to work in the military in the area that I live. I told him that my grandfather, who was around the same age as him, was a military man, and I asked him if he knew him. After calling my granddad to confirm, it turns out they did know each other. My grandfather was Steve's sergeant when they were in the army. We talked further over the following weeks, and he shared many stories in his army life. He mentioned he knew my father and uncles, as my granddad told him about them during their time together, and oddly mentioned that he remembered one of my grandfather's grandchildren named Ben. He said he had been a chef for about 6 years, and he had just started to work at a pub in Woodside, Ascot. I told him that was a weird coincidence, as my name was Ben, and I was training to be a chef. We both shrugged it off, basically as him forgetting the correct name, as it was years prior that they had spoken about it. Later that year, I stopped hosting karaoke and focused on my catering job, as I had finished college and gotten a job at a small pub just near Bracknell. I was there for a couple of years before the place shut down, and spent the course of the next couple of years or so working between a few different chef jobs, until I got a job at a pub in Fifield. The owner had owned pubs before, but had only recently gotten one in this area and were looking to expand. I got on well with them, told them, and ended up becoming their head chef. After just under a year of working with them, they told me they had gotten another site, and as their head chef, asked if I would be willing to get the kitchen set up for them and kickstart it as they got staff. I agreed, and we went to see the site. It was a nice little pub called the Rose and Crown in Woodside, Ascot. It was only when we got another chef in that they started asking me about myself that I clocked it. I had been a chef for 6 years at that point, and was now working in a pub in Woodside, Ascot, just like Steve had said. Well, it seems like you like to hear some of my own stories, so here is another one for you. This subreddit was recommended to me to come on over and tell you this. The year would have been either 1989 or 1990, and I would have been a young teenager. My mom always made a Sunday dinner, without fail. It was the one meal that we could always rely on. Meat, roasties, veg, and plenty of it. We loved our Sunday meal. The rest of the week, it was sugar or tomato ketchup buddies. So, this Sunday was no different, except we needed some potatoes to make the roast potatoes with. And my mom said she would walk down to the shop, which was no more than a 10-minute walk away. Yep, back then, people walked. She left at 11 a.m., as we always had lunch at 1 p.m. or close to that time. It was our thing. We expected her to return no later than 11:30. So, anyway, time ticked on. 11:30 came and went, and then midday. At about this time, we were getting concerned and, well, a little impatient. We were all hungry and looking forward to our roast potatoes, so where on earth was my mother with the damn food? But when 12:30 came and went, Our bellies stopped rumbling, and we started to get really anxious as to where she was. So I started to pace outside the house, looking down the road to see if she was coming, but she was nowhere in sight. Then, I saw the number 6 bus. It stopped outside the shop and was just 2 stops away. I wondered if she had waited to get on it, and so watched as it neared, knowing if she was going to get off, she would be stood at the front of it. Well, something was on the bus. It was a figure all dressed in black from head to toe, and it was waving at me furiously. I don't know why, but I got the impression it was my mom, even though she was not wearing anything like that. So I kept looking at the person thing, and the bus passed right by me, and the person was locking eyes with me, still waving like a lunatic. The bus stop was about 100 meters further away and just around the bend on our road. So I decided to leg it about 40 meters or so that I could see this thing get off the bus. But the bus never stopped. It carried on, and there was just one more stop it could go to, the terminus where it turns around and does the route again. Luckily, the bus had to go around in like a square shape and then back on itself to the terminus, and I decided to race it there. Back then, I was a pretty good athlete, and it took me about 50 seconds to get an eyesight of it. I made it to the terminus as the bus pulled in, but nobody got off the bus. I asked the driver where the woman who was dressed in all black was, and he said there was never a woman on the bus like that. I told him she was waving like a lunatic a couple of minutes ago, and he laughed and said that I was dreaming, and that nobody had been on the bus since Layton, about 6 stops back. Confused and scared, I walked back home and told my dad and sister. They didn't know what to make of it either, but one thing was certain. Mom was nowhere to be seen. We went to look for her, and she had vanished. Just vanished. I don't know why, but we never called the police. I think we just never thought about doing it. Nowadays you would, but back then it just didn't happen. So it got to be 8 p.m., and the key slid in the door, and in walked my mom with the potatoes. Woohoo, we can now have our dinner. Heh. Only joking. We all went ballistic. Where have you been, etc., etc. She looked dazed and confused, and said that she had only been gone no more than 30 minutes. She didn't or couldn't understand any of it. The only thing she did recall was entering the shop and remembering it being light outside. And when she left the shop, she recalled it being dark and thought that it was a little strange. But she had no idea that she had been missing for 9 hours. My mom, before this event, had a job working in a mushroom picking place, and she had flunked school and didn't have any qualifications and never any real drive to better herself. But after this, in fact the same year, she started to attend night school to get her GCSEs. She got 6 of them all, in the highest grade, A. She then attended night school again and took on the 4 A levels and got 4 straight A's. She then went on to university and completed 2 full honor degrees and the same time in criminology and law, getting 2.1s in each. She then took on other courses such as hypnotherapy, Reiki, animal therapy, and became fully qualified to teach in those. She got a job in the civil service and got promoted almost every single year until she was very high up. She basically had a thirst for knowledge, something that she had never had before this event. Something else just occurred to me. My mother had been married to her childhood sweetheart called Dave, but they broke up. They got divorced, and my mom found love with my dad. Right after this event, my mom started to hang out again with Dave, and to cut a long story short, both my father and Dave were her lovers afterwards. It's like she went right back to Dave, and they ended up remarrying again, even though she was still seeing my dad 50% at the time. In fact, they have 3 grave plots all next to one another. Mom is now buried in the center one, and Dave passed away about 10 years ago. Another thing is, in the past year, my mother begged me on several occasions to do a show on my old YouTube livestream about extra dimensions and parallel worlds. I said I would, but never got around to it, as I was losing interest in my show's topic, and it really wouldn't have suited that format. So, I gave my channel to someone else, and started a new podcast on the paranormal. But just 2 weeks after starting it, and before we got a chance to talk about it or bring a guest on about these topics, Mom passed away. But she was really adamant that I look into those. Maybe the woman who returned wasn't my mom from this dimension. So, was this connected? Did something happen to her that made her behave like this afterwards? Where did she go for those 9 hours? And who was the black figure I saw waving at me on the bus? Nabbed my attention, and it's been genuinely fun to think about. Like many of you, it's caused me to look into my life and see if there was anything that stuck out of the ordinary. I remember everything like it was yesterday, despite it happening close to a decade ago. I have scars that have stuck with me since, and I've only begun to really question everything about my accident. I went home with a friend of mine in middle school named Brandon. He was a buddy of mine that I went to school with, but our schools had our grades separated between 2 colors, gold and blue. I was gold team, and he was blue. All of our classes took place in a different part of the school, and we had different sets of teachers, meaning we never really ran into each other, except for break and our weekends playing rec football together. I go home with him on a Friday, so I can go to practice with him, and so we can shoot the breeze during the weekends. His family had a few ATVs. They all lived close together, and almost every family member had one. We decided on Saturday that, after practice, we would ride them around for a bit. The first hour or so was me riding with him. I was slightly terrified with his speed, seeing as how it was one of the first times I was on one of them. Back roads, the highway, any road we could find, we burnt rubber on. I was terrified, but I ended up getting into it, despite not being the one to drive and having to hold on to him to avoid flying off the back. He gets tired of it. I'm confused why, but it is a normal thing for him, and it's something new for me. He knew I wasn't as ready to stop just yet, and said that I could ride his cousins. He knew I wasn't experienced as much as him, and he really didn't want me to mess his up. He told me what property his family owned, how to get back to the house, what roads to avoid, everything I would need to know, except one thing. His cousin's brakes didn't work. I don't know if he forgot about it or just forgot to tell me, but I sped off without any worries in the world. Everything starts out fine. The nervousness I felt was slowly dying off as I started to gain confidence. I got too cocky, and I decided I could start making turns at faster speed. I had to be going at least 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'm on one of the routes that he sped by, and a turn starts to come up. It curved like it was going into a circle. My speed left me unable to properly turn, and I could see the road fly right by me. I clutch the brakes in a panic, and look right up in time to see that I've beelined a course right into a tree. I had enough time to know what was about to happen, and I blacked out right on impact. I woke up in the middle of the road. The ATV was only a few inches from me, and my right arm was completely messed up. After focusing on my arm and clutching it to my chest, I looked to see how far away I was from the tree. I had to have been a decent 15 to 20 feet away. I cry out for Brandon, and within minutes he's there on his. He gets one look at me and the ATV and he is freaking out, saying that he had just gotten back to the house and he had left me only a few minutes ago. He's just as worried about me as he is about getting his ass handed to him by his cousin. So I go to the hospital,
get my arm filled with pins and a cast for months. I still have the functionality, but I can't do the Spider-Man thing like I can with my left. What gets me, though, and I mean really made me wonder, is how the hell did I end up smack in the middle of the road when I remember whizzing past it? I didn't have a helmet or any pads on me, except for my football pads that I left on after practice. It was like I hit the tree, and instead of that momentum pushing me forward further into the tree line, it threw me and the ATV backwards. Now, I'm no physicist, but something about that one fact does not add up. I should have woken up surrounded by pine trees. So, as I see it, there were two options. One, I hit the tree head-on, died, and somehow respawned. Or two, I hit the tree at the speed I was going and won the lottery. For some backstory, I was alone at home and I decided to take a shower. I forgot to take my towel with me and decided it didn't matter since I'm alone at home anyways. I finish off with my shower and head to my bedroom, which is maybe 13 steps away from the washroom. As soon as I step out of the washroom, the electricity in the house goes out. But it's midday, so the sunlight through the window is more than enough for me. As I step into my room, I hear my parents enter the house, and I'm like, yikes. So I quickly lock my room because I'm changing. Now, my room is adjacent to the sunlight. There's no direct light in my room and it's pretty dark, but there is a glow through the window blinds. Here's where this gets weird. I wipe my hair and face off with a towel, facing the window, and I can see the strips of lights from the blinds. Then, I do a whole 180 to face my wardrobe, which should be dark, but I'm still seeing the light from the blinds. I'm mad confused. I put my hands out and touch the handles of the cupboard, but my eyes are still seeing the windows. At this point, I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I focus on my hands and it. I focus like a video game. It lags and readjusts pixel by pixel, but I mean like Minecraft block size, if that makes any sense. And then I feel this ease in my eyes, and I'm just mad confused. But I go on and put my pants on first, and then my shirt, and it happens again. My eyes are stuck in the view of the inside of the shirt, like when your head is in the shirt and it's dark, but you can still see through the cloth. I touch my face to make sure there's no cloth over my eyes, and there's nothing. I feel like I'm cross-eyed at this point. I am freaked out at this point, and I stumble all across my room, still just seeing the inside of my shirt. I hear the AC switch on, so I know the lights are back, and I find my switch, flick it, and I cannot see anything apart from the shirt thing. I unlock my room and call for my mom, blinking like a madman. The second she appears in my hallway, my vision slides and it's okay again. I can see everything perfectly. My eyes just feel normal again. I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know if this could be a symptom of some vision-related medical issue. Should I go to a doctor about this? I literally felt like a video game being played with crappy Wi-Fi. I was about 18, and I was not allowed to leave my house when it got dark. Weirdly enough, if I left my house early, I could stay out late, but my parents would never let me actually go out with my car if it was already dark. I decided that I would leave at about 6. It was a cool late September or early October day, I believe. It was 2004. And I would drive into a court in my neighborhood and just hang out and
do my makeup until it was time to meet with my friends. I grew up in a very nice area on Long Island in New York, and the houses were like mini mansions. There was this weird house, though, that was in the court that was absolutely abandoned and disheveled, and no one lived there for sure. This house was like this for years. My older brothers and their friends would go in there and explore and look around when they were in high school and college. 8 to 12 years older than me for a time span on how long this house had been abandoned and all messed up, just sitting in a crazy nice neighborhood. They told me that the house was literally full of stuff. You could see a lot from the outside, even though it was boarded up. It was like completely full of everything. It was crazy because the house had mail on the table, old food in the fridge. They literally left everything. My brothers used to grab things and bring them home to look at and stuff. They left family photos, clothes, toys, dolls, Christmas ornaments, paintings. My brother found a real Picasso print and tons of other art. There was huge game machines like in an arcade, etc. It wasn't shocking because it's a great area, but who would leave family pictures like that? It's like someone just decided they had to go or run. I don't know. I've tried to look into it for years, but never was able to find info. But back to what happened. I was doing my makeup and parked my car right on the part of the court that was on their property side, so if you looked out of the car to my left, I could see their backyard. You could see right through. It was fall, so the leaves were sort of barren, and all of a sudden, I just glanced to my left into their backyard, and I caught a glimpse of this beautiful, bright, sunny day with the pool all filled with water and kids splashing. It looked like a party. Just a fun, sunny day. I didn't think about it for a split second, and I looked in the mirror, then wide-eyed and freaked out as I looked back. Wait, what? How? Where? What? I literally drove away immediately and told my friend because she always heard stories about the house. I never, ever understood what that could be, or what happened. Maybe I saw some energy of whoever lived there before, or maybe I saw the future. It's funny, because a couple years later they tore the house down and rebuilt another and a family moved in. I don't know them, but I always wonder if they ever see anything weird in their house. I mean, again, who leaves family photos? Oh, wait, one more thing. So, my brothers brought the pictures, and all of a sudden, one of their girlfriends and their other friend, Dave, who just passed away about a month ago, actually pretty young, looked at me. I was probably going 9 or 10 at the time that they were going into the house. And there were photos of a girl, I guess the daughter who lived in the house, and it looked just like me. Literally, but just a little bit older. But me, if I was a little older. It was really, really weird. I almost forgot about that, actually. But yeah, I don't know. Is this a glitch? I don't know if maybe this was me in another timeline, and maybe that's why I saw the party in the back. This happened in August of 2018. My 2 daughters, now 15 and 12, and I, 40 female, were staying with my mom for 3 weeks while we waited to move into our current house. Anyway, my mom lives in this fancy senior community in a 1-bedroom apartment. During our stay there, we slept in the living room on an air mattress. One night, I was blowing up a mattress and my oldest daughter was sitting on the couch, and she says, "Mom, look, the neighbor must have hammered a nail too far into their wall. It's sticking out here." At first, I didn't realize what she was talking about, and then I got up and walked over to her. Sure enough, there was the pointy end of a nail that was sticking out of my mom's wall. I thought that was so weird. I even touched the nail, and then my youngest daughter stood up on the couch and touched it as well. I called for my mom from her bedroom and said to her,
I think your neighbor hammered a nail into the wall a little too far because it's sticking out. And since it was almost 11 at night, and it is a senior citizens community, she didn't want me to knock on their door, so she said she would talk to management in the morning if nobody next door answered. The next day, I get up early to shower for work, and as I was drying my hair with the hairdryer, my oldest daughter comes into the bathroom and says, "Mom, the nail is gone." And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, well, maybe they just pulled the nail out, but no. She said it looks like the nail was never there. Oh, so I went into the living room, and sure enough, I looked at that entire wall, and there was no evidence that a nail was even there. The wall was completely flat, and there was no hole there. There was nothing. So we went into my mom's bedroom and told her the nail was gone, because we were completely confused about the whole ordeal. She had no idea what we were even talking about. She had no recollection about the conversation the night before. My mom is only 65, and she does not have any form of Alzheimer's or dementia or anything. Me and the kids just sat there looking at her like, what? We just talked about this yesterday. You literally came over and looked at the wall yourself and said you were going to talk to the neighbor or management. How do you not remember that? I mean, it was the strangest thing. The four of us saw it the night before, and the next day my mom was so confused because she had no idea what we were talking about. And something that I want to add to this story that I do believe is somewhat relevant is that particular day that we saw the nail, I texted my boyfriend earlier that day and told him I wasn't feeling right, and I literally said to him that I feel like pieces of me are scattered in different dimensions or different realities. That whole day felt weird, and even my kids were feeling weird because while I was at work, my kids were texting me complaining about it. I didn't put two and two together until the following day, after we realized the nail was no longer in the wall. Okay, so my name is Daniel, and that's important to the story. It was late evening, and I was driving home on my electric bicycle, back home from a martial arts training session I had across town. I was driving without a helmet and with flip-flops. I was driving on a well-lit bike path by the road until I got to a poorly lit section of the bike path. I could have sworn the path was completely empty, but then I got hit by something or someone very hard and began to fly in the air. Mind you, the bike goes up to 25 kilometers per hour, so I got some serious air. While in the air, I felt time slow down, and I remember the first thing that crossed my mind was, I think I hit a group of pedestrians. Sorry, I'm about to hit the ground so hard and breach for impact. And in midair, I got into the fetal position to protect myself. I hit the ground and lights out. The next thing I see is me on my back watching a person standing right above me, and we both began moaning in pain. My muscles were tense. I saw him holding his other hand in pain, indicating that he got hit in his shoulder. After a few seconds, my muscles get relieved, and I put down my head on the pavement and fell asleep again. While being out, I had a dream, like a slideshow. I could see my mother first, then my best friends. I felt relieved, and I came to terms. Then, I hear a voice telling me to wake up. Wake up, man, please? Are you good? Then, suddenly, I opened my eyes, and was feeling 100% energetic. Adrenaline, I suppose. I see the man helping me get up, and I got up very quickly. Even too quick, considering my state. I quickly looked at myself to see any damages. Okay, some skid marks on my hands and legs. Oh, I have an open wound on my leg, but I think it's manageable. Then, I looked around and saw my bike on the ground, and another electric bicycle. Same brand even.
Did I hit another biker head on? I didn't see anything. Then I looked to my right. The man is sitting on the only bench under the only light pole around. The accident happened right in front of the only bench. I started walking towards the bench. I could feel how disoriented I was, but I sat down and immediately began to apologize to the man. He said to me that he thinks he broke his arm. I apologized again and asked for his name, and he replied, Daniel. I said, what? My name is Daniel too. When we had a brief chat and we exchanged phone numbers, then after some time I got up and drove back home. The next day, he called me to inform that he indeed broke his arm, but he'll be okay. I told him about my damages, and we hung up. I haven't heard from him since. I'm pretty sure to this day that the path was completely empty, but then I hit another Daniel head on while he too was on an electric bike from the exact same brand, only to sit together on the bench with the only light source around. I think I either died or glitched into a parallel universe. So I don't really know how to explain this, or even if it fits on this sub, or even actually what happened if I'm being honest, but regardless, I will try to relay the story. I was driving to work this morning, and I'm coming up a side street that connects to a very busy road in my area. It's the main road that stretches through like 20 towns. I get to the red light at this main road, and I sit there for about 15 seconds before seeing a car pull up behind me. As the car comes to a complete stop behind me, my eyes drift from the rearview mirror to the stoplight in front of me. It was red still. I then looked down at my radio clock, and it says 7:36. And this is going to sound strange, but for a period of time that seemed to stretch on for infinity. I kind of felt like this intense pressure all around me. Like I was zoned out and I couldn't clear my head or move my body because I was obsessed with the numbers I was seeing. Like I was in a trance or something. And it wasn't silence around me, but at the same time, like a very loud, pressing silence. I couldn't move, but I also wasn't trying to move. Almost like I was paralyzed with fear. I know I was frozen, but couldn't really process it or try to move. I don't know. I really can't explain it. Even now, it's just so confusing to me. After who knows how long of being stuck in this trance, suddenly everything snaps back to normal, instantly. The very first thing I register is that the person behind me is laying on their horn. I look up and see the light is green. I begin to drive forward, feeling completely 100% normal again. And once I get into the middle of the intersection, I sense this large presence to the left of me. I turn my head to look out my driver's side window just in time to see a huge truck coming right at me. It hits me and I could feel my body break. I felt and heard so many of my bones get absolutely crushed. Suddenly I am upside down in my car, in so much pain that I can hardly breathe, covered in glass, and I can hear someone screaming. The last thing I remember before I passed out about 10 seconds later was seeing cop lights and distinctly thinking to myself, wow, how did they get here so fast? The next thing I remember, I open my eyes and I'm sitting at my car at the red light. The intense pain I felt a moment ago was fading fast, but it's still there. Almost like a ghost version of itself, if that makes sense. I'm intensely confused at this point, and I start looking around in a panicked way, and my eyes trail to the clock again. It says 7:36, and I'm just beyond confused. I know it wasn't a daydream, it was so goddamn real. I'm frozen in place staring at the clock, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. After about 5 to 10 seconds, I hear the person behind me start to beep at me, but I'm shaking and about to cry and so overwhelmed with leftover fear that I can't even react to it. They start to lay on their horn and I still can't move because I'm just so confused and frightened. Now at this point, I was starting to calm myself down and trying to rationalize what happened. I was beginning to convince myself that it had to have just been a daydream. It was early enough, and I was tired enough that I even started to think maybe I just nodded off at the red light and dreamed the crash. What the hell else could have happened, right? If it weren't for what happened next, I probably would have been able to go the rest of my life believing I had fallen asleep and dreamt it. The moment that clock turned to 7:37, like the very second the numbers changed, a huge truck comes barreling through the light, definitely speeding. They ran their red light and crossed right in front of my car. A few seconds later, a cop who must have just been driving behind the truck in the first place runs the red light as well, turning on his lights in the process and beginning to pursue the speeding truck. They both drove out of my view within a few seconds. I was so shaken that I just pulled my car to the side of the road right where I was and sat there in silence for I don't know how long. Like, what normal explanation could I possibly come up with for this? Really, there isn't one. I hadn't seen the truck or the cop car before they ran the light in front of me. So how did the dream crash that I had include those very specific and very real details? The entire area I live in is covered in trees, so it's not like I can see very far down the road in either direction. I know for a fact I did not see the truck or the cop car before I experienced the crash. I'm still so shaken. How do I rationalize this experience to myself? I feel disillusioned by something, but I don't even know what. I feel like I'm going crazy. I needed to share this with people who won't automatically dismiss this as hallucination or dreaming. On March 23rd of 2020, I delivered to a customer. I'm a truck driver. I'm required to be on the docks of my customer to confirm the deliveries. About halfway through the delivery, the receiver turns to the forklift driver and says to him, "Hey, I forgot to tell you, but I cooked for my daughter last night. She was in town, so I had the pleasure to cook for her." And the forklift driver replies, "Oh yeah, that's great. What'd you make for her?" "Oh, I cooked stuffed bell peppers. My daughter loves stuffed bell peppers." Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the dock, an argument is getting heated by a couple of younger employees. It's getting bad enough that it takes the three of our attention away from the conversation and our work, so I ask, "Where's the supervisor?" In which the receiver replies, "He's not going to do anything. I don't know how he got the job." To this, the forklift driver says, "I'm just glad that I'm nearing retirement. This time next year I'll be at home and not fooling with any of this." The next time I deliver to this customer is August 10th, 2020. About halfway through the load, the receiver says, "Hey," and then at this point I get a very euphoric deja vu feeling. "I forgot to tell you, but I cooked for my daughter last night." Now, I knew that she was going to say that. I know what the forklift driver response was going to be. It played out exactly the way it played out on March 23rd. Exactly. Even the argument at the opposite end of the dock. It was the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. Now, I've had deja vu, but that seems like you've been there before, but you don't know how it turns out. It feels familiar after it's taken place, but this specific moment, this was not deja vu. No, this was a replay. Facial expressions, responses about the supervisor in retirement. I almost wanted to change my question about the supervisor, but I decided not to. I decided to let it play out, but I knew about the stuffed bell peppers as soon as the receiver said, "Hey." Any thoughts? The OP left a comment I would like to add to this one. The feeling was identical. The best way I can explain the difference is that when I've had regular deja vu, it felt like I was being taken on a ride and I had no control. And please take this statement with a grain of salt, but this experience didn't feel like I was being taken on a ride. I felt like I was a god. I felt like I had this moment in my hands and I knew exactly how it was going to play out. 1 minute or less. For 1 minute or less, I had an experience that is well beyond my comprehension. Now, I'm not a very spiritual individual and I don't typically experience paranormal activity, but this, I simply do not know. So, I have bad sleeping habits, and I'm an insomniac. I also get horrible dreams, and I scream in my sleep. I thought a good sleep schedule and morning routine would help, so I made one and tried to stick with it. I sleep at around 8 p.m. I wake up first around 3 a.m. I get a glass of water, I stretch, clean a bit, prepare breakfast, get my dad's lunch for work, do some dirty dishes, have a brisk shower, and take some time to check my emails and my phone. So far, so good. I'm sticking with it and get more productive by the day. But I have to ask, is time looping a glitch? This particular morning, it was Sunday. That meant church day. Also, my father doesn't work, so I can just not make his lunch. I wanted to skip my routine and sleep a bit more. I woke up aching, lying in a straight position with my legs hurting, as it's over a pile of books and other stuff. I reached for my phone and saw it was 3 a.m. I could also see how dark it was outside. I thought, nope, and decided to sleep again. I woke up again in a straight position and saw that it was a bit brighter at that point. I checked my phone again, and it was only 5 a.m. Now, I'm already thinking of how I'm failing my hard-worked routine and how my chores are going to pile up, but I wanted to not go to church, and so, guiltily, I went to sleep again. But to the weird part, I was expecting it to be bright and noon already when I woke up again. You know how your thoughts form even though your eyes are still closed? I was thinking that, and then I woke up with an uncomfortable lying straight position. My legs were aching, so I had to stretch them. I thought, wait, that's weird, and reached for my phone to check the time. I got the shock of my life to see that it was 3 a.m. on my phone. It woke every cell of my body. I saw how dark it was outside again. I swear that couldn't be right because it was 5 a.m. the last time I checked. How was it 3 in the morning? In my shock, I sat straight and realized that I had to do my chores. I was just thinking how I ruined my sleep routine, but I didn't have to worry about that because that part rewound for me. I grudgingly did my routine that day, went to church too. I'm convinced that time looped back somehow, but for a silly reason. I told my friend I don't think he believes me. I wouldn't believe me either. I'd think I was just dreaming or remembering it wrong, but I know and I remember. I'm just happy it didn't loop multiple times like in the movies. I never really put much stock in these glitch in the Matrix type stories until it happened to me. Let's start off by saying that I'm 38 years old, and after several years of persistent viral infection called cellulitis that required IV antibiotics to treat, left me with kidney disease. With my kidneys pretty much useless, I started dialysis 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, at 4 hours a go. Treatment consists of being hooked up to a machine that pulls the blood from your body, cleans it with a combination of filters and chemicals, and then returns it to you via a tandem catheter in the chest. On the day in question, I arrived at my usual time of 10:30, and after waiting in the waiting room, watching the last half hour of The Price is Right, I get called for the temperatures and weight check. After getting the all clear from the reception nurse, I head to my designated chair, lucky number 7, and sit down to be hooked up to the machine. As I get prepped, I chat with the nurse technician about this and that, and after she leaves me to my treatment, I plug in my cell phone and pull out my lunch bag from my duffel, pulling a Capri Sun pouch from the chilled bag.
I stick the straw in and take a couple of sips while swallowing the pills they normally give me, mainly vitamin D. I then put the pouch down on the built-in table attached to the armrest. Phone in hand and Bluetooth headphones on my head, I decide to watch a movie to pass the time. I load up the Prime Video app and choose Avengers Endgame for my library. The film begins with the decimation event, aka the blip, taking Hawkeye's family, and then switches to deep space and the rescue of Tony Stark and Nebula by Captain Marvel. Then, I blink a couple of times, and I have to keep my eyes closed because of a searing pain, almost like having lemon juice squirted into your eyes. After a few seconds of rubbing my eyelids with the back of my hand, the pain subsides, and I go back to the phone in my hand, only to see the credits are rolling. Thinking that I must have just touched the screen when my eyes closed, I move the timeline back to the beginning where I was and continue watching. Without looking away from the screen, I reach to my right to grab the juice pouch from the table, only to find it empty and flattened with all the juice sucked out of it, like I normally do. At this point, I'm very puzzled. I wondered if I fell asleep, which has been known to happen, especially during dialysis, but then what happened to my juice? I distinctly remember taking just enough to swallow a Tic Tac-sized pill. And what caused that pain when I blinked? I asked the nurse if I fell asleep for a couple of hours, and she shook her head and told me that I was watching something on my phone, and barely acknowledged her when she came over to take my blood pressure readings, as they do every half hour or so. So, now, I have this missing 2-hour gap in my day, and no idea what happened to cause it. Any ideas?
So a couple of years ago, I was out having a beer with a couple of my friends on my terrace. It was a cloudy, drizzly day, and we were all talking about our childhood days. It was a good day. I got up to go to the table with the icebox to get another beer, when suddenly, everything blacked out. Next thing I saw, I was suddenly at a train station, which looked to be from the 1800s. I don't even know if trains existed then, but based on the architecture of the station and people's clothing, it felt around that time period. I was standing under a giant clock, trying to make of what this place was and what had just happened. Suddenly, when I realized I had a ticket in my hand, which said, "First class reservation from Brussels to Mechelin." At this point, I would like to clarify that I'm from India, and back then, I still hadn't traveled to Europe, so at that moment, I was very confused as to where I was and why I had that ticket in my hand. I felt a sense of urgency as the train was ready to leave, and the clock under which I was standing had struck 2:15 p.m., and the departure time had already passed. But this train was still at the platform, blowing its old steam horn. The engine looked brand new, but it was a steam engine, like the olden days. I was completely baffled by what was happening, and at this point, I saw a man staring directly at me. He was wearing that penguin suit and wore a tall hat and had a huge mustache. His look was more of one wherein I felt like he knew something. Something like I wasn't supposed to be there. Just at that moment, everything snapped back, and I remember lying down on my terrace while both my friends stood over me terrified. I was back at my terrace. I asked them what had happened, and they told me what they saw. They said while I was walking towards to the table with the icebox, I froze stiff and fell on the ground as if I was a statue. I was out for hardly 2 to 3 seconds. They saw me falling and came running calling out my name, and I just came back to my senses.
The feeling was very weird, because they said I was out for no more than 2 to 3 seconds. But what I remembered from my experience at the station, I was there for at least 10 to 15 minutes, closely watching everything and everyone around me. To this day, I believe I somehow slipped into another reality, and that man who looked at me, the face of whom I still remember very clearly, I'll never forget it, that man somehow realized my slippage into another time period, and then somehow sent me back. Let me know what you think about this. I would love to know your thoughts.
I originally posted this in Dimension Jumping, and was advised to post it here. A small treat was stuck in my dog's toy, so as I went to get it out for him, it fell. He has eyes like a hawk and a nose like, well, a dog, so he dived after it, but couldn't find it. Where it fell on the carpet, it wouldn't have bounced, and if it did, I think I would have heard or seen it on the hardwood floor. If it was anywhere in the vicinity, he definitely would have found it. We just looked all around the area and it was gone. I had a silly thought that maybe it dropped into another dimension. I just remembered another time this happened a few months ago. I dropped a piercing on the carpet, and I was careful again and didn't move anything, and looked everywhere in the surrounding area, but nothing. Now, I'm not educated on other dimensions or dimension jumping, which I actually never heard of before searching this. I did watch Fringe like a decade ago, so that likely opened my mind to the thought of this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember 2 dreams I had that were dimension related. In the first one, I was walking down a large wooden plank spiral staircase. I dropped my cell phone through the stairs, and I could see it on one of the planks below, so I continued down, but it wasn't there when I got there. Dream me was so sure that my phone fell into another dimension, so I went to a person I know in real life who might know about other dimensions and what to do, and I remember explaining it to him, but I woke up before it resolved. I remember this dream really jarring me, not in a negative way. I guess it captivated me quite a bit, but I didn't indulge. The dream after that was way more involved. Initially, I either knowingly or unknowingly went into another dimension and either accidentally or purposefully took some things and brought them back. But then I realized, somehow, that was the wrong move, so myself, and I think I was with someone else, had to return the items to preserve balance. It was one of those dreams that weirdly felt very real, you know? And this one, too, captivated me for days, but I eventually moved on because what's there to do with that feeling? I didn't think I was going to write this much. I guess my mind is more other dimension oriented than I was consciously aware of. Anyways, thank you for reading, and if anyone has any input, please, feel free. Okay, so I know compared to other people's stories on this sub, this isn't really spectacular, but it's something that really bothers me, and no one else seems interested, so I figured I would share it here. This happened this past September, when I moved cross-country for university. This is important since I don't know many people from South UK, as I've lived my entire life in the North, and I've only come down south for holidays or conventions before now. Early on, I met a few people on my course, and we decided to go to the local Spoons pub chain and meet with a few other people. When we got there, we sat down and chatted for a while before the others arrived, and one guy catches my eye. Not because he was particularly attractive or anything, but because he seemed really familiar. Him and the others sat down and introduced themselves, and we all started getting to know each other. I didn't recognize his name. It's pretty common, but I don't know anyone my age with that name, and I figured I'd just forgotten because I'm rubbish with names, and then went to talk to him. I introduced myself and told him he seemed familiar, and he agreed. He said he recognized me, and we spent a while trying to figure out where we knew each other from, and couldn't work it out. He even commented that I had lost weight since we last saw each other, and no one else in my friend group knew that I'd lost a substantial amount of weight the 2 years leading up to moving south. He wasn't associated with any of the groups that had brought me to the south before, and he'd never been up north in his life. It was weird, to say the least. We're both sat there convinced we know each other, but unable to pinpoint how, and then it hits me. The southern country he's from is apparently the same one my dad is from, but I've never met the man, and my mom's side of the family have very little information on him. So, maybe we're related? I've heard stories of estranged siblings meeting and having things like this happen, and even falling in love because they know they share a bond, but don't know that they are related. So I asked if his surname was the same as my dad's. I don't carry that name, I have my mom's, and explained that apparently my dad is from the same area as him. That's when he drops the bomb. He's originally from Germany, and his whole family were born there. He only moved to the UK with his grandparents when he was around 5. So there's no way that we're related. We're both left entirely stumped and confused, and utterly convinced that we know each other but have no idea how. We've ended up pretty good friends through uni, as we're on the same course and lived in the same building, and so we spent a lot of time together before COVID. We haven't talked much about this since the first week or so that we met, and over time that weird feeling of familiarity has just disappeared. But it still seems so odd to me that we were both convinced we knew each other. I can't decide whether this is some glitch in the Matrix, that we were going to meet and become close friends, or if it's related to the whole past life phenomenon. Honestly, I'm just confused and would appreciate any input that people may have. I'll preface this, as many here have, by clarifying that I am by no means a spiritual person. And having said that, I have no way to describe what happened to us. Back in 2019, my girlfriend experienced a memory of a situation that had not happened yet. We were both in my bedroom, in my house, and she was on the sofa trying to recall about a funny remark I had made to her. She says that she was reading something funny to me a few days prior, to which I replied with a funny remark, and she was telling me this because she couldn't quite make out what I had said. I was confused because I had no recollection of that conversation. We dwelled on it for quite some time, while she tried to remind me that I was by the bathroom door while she was laying down on the bed. But I had nothing. She eventually shrugged it off and forgot about it. Fast forward a couple of days after, I had just showered and I was drying myself off by the bathroom door frame, which is inside my bedroom. She's laying on my bed, reading something funny on her cell phone right in front of me. She starts reading it back to me with an excited look. As she is reading it, her excitement seems to fade away. I take my cue, and I start to make a funny remark about that story, but I stop halfway. I ask her what's wrong. She's pale, wide-eyed, looking at the phone, when it suddenly clicks. She looks back to me, jumps out of the bed, and finishes the sentence that I had just started. She knew exactly what I was going to say.
It was exactly the memory that she had had 2 days prior. We spent a few good hours after the incident freaking out, trying to wrap our heads around what had just happened. No possible explanation, no deja vu. She literally described that event days before it had happened. I remember her mentioning specific sections of that story the day before. It wasn't a coincidence. A text that she read again by mistake, nor could it be me unconsciously playing a prank on her. It was really a memory of the future. Update. She came over last night, and I had her tell me the story again. She confirmed some things. The text she read was from a tattoo on a photo, on Instagram or Facebook, most likely. She distinctly remembered bits of the text on the moment of the memory, as well as a certain movement I did, followed by something I said. However, at the moment she actually read the text back to me, she definitely had never seen the tattoo before. And then, as soon as she read it, she felt a weird sensation, as if the memory was rebuilding itself. When she looked at me, she said it felt like her memory and her sight sort of converged into a single moment. And that's when I asked her if she was okay. Then she got out of bed. She repeated what I had just said before asking, and completed it with a punchline. But the remark had no impact at all. She said she had never felt so afraid before, because the feeling was too strange to describe. I'm obviously very skeptical myself, so I confronted her about it, asking if it was possible that she just saw the same image twice. If it could have been a coincidence, or if she actually just had a very strong deja vu at the moment, and the memory wasn't actually related. She denied all of it. She said she was sure of the text when it first came to her mind, and she knew exactly what I was going to do and say. Her family has a history of dealing with supernatural stuff, and she has quite some memories about talking to angels, with her aunts when she was young. She's also gotten told once, totally out of the blue, by a friend's mother, that she had mediunic powers. The friend's mother was a medium as well, and not sure if that's the proper wording. We might, after all, just be in a Jeremy Baramy. Something unexplainable happened to me and a friend today. I spent a few hours looking for answers when I stumbled upon this page, and with much comfort, I found that I'm not alone. This is my first post, and I'm not a whiz at writing, so thank you for anyone who sticks with me. It was another shift at work. Start time is at 6, and it was just me and my good friend. We're both in our mid-20s, so when lunch rolled around, we decided to leave and get fast food. We get into my truck, and he gets a call from his wife. She was just checking up on him. After that, I pull out of the parking lot and down the 1-mile access road to the plant. As we're driving, 38 miles per hour, I know the speed because the job put up one of those radars that alerts you if your speed is over 35. I look over to him and ask, "Doesn't it seem like we've been driving forever?" He then explodes with, "Yes, we have to have listened to at least 4 of these songs from this album." At this point, my heart starts beating quicker and I get very uncomfortable. I look up and just in front of us I see the exit. But as I get closer, it gets further away. I started to get sick to my stomach as I sped up. It was as if my truck was running on a treadmill. He looks over at me in distress and says, "Are we dead?" My mind races and I start running through scenarios. Did I wreck the truck and were unconscious? Did I even wake up for work this morning? Is this a dream? Did something fall on me at work and kill me? What is happening? I don't know what made it stop, but we finally made it to the exit. And I pulled over at the dollar store. I had to get some air. When I stepped out of the truck, my legs buckled, and I started to gag. I needed to throw up. I frantically started to think, and I asked, "Check what time your wife's call ended." 12 minutes had passed. For reference, when we returned, I timed the drive, and it took us 2 minutes and 12 seconds. We returned to work very unnerved. 4 hours later, it was time to go home, at 4 p.m. I was nervous. I didn't want to get stuck again. He went out first, and I followed him. I was timing it again. Everything was going fine until we got to the exit, the spot where we were previously stuck. He pointed out of the truck to the left, and when I looked over on the fence, there sat a white owl, and he called me to confirm that I was seeing it too. I'm just looking for answers. Update. Please realize I am back at work today, so I don't have all the time to make a detailed post like yesterday. But I do want to thank everyone for your support and concern. I'll answer as many questions as I can remember reading. First, I also thought that it may have been CO2 poisoning, and that is why I will be buying a detector after work today. Unfortunately, I'm in a position where I can't just go to the doctor. It's hard to explain, but say that I didn't have the poisoning, and it gets reported back to the facility I work at that I had an incident at work and failed to report it. Or that my mental state was no longer suitable for my position. I will update with the results of the detectors. I'm honestly hoping that is what it is. Second, I was asked to look at my Google Maps travel info. Mine was unfortunately off. I've never been a fan of being tracked. Although my friend's was on, I wish that it hadn't been. When we opened up the app and looked at the information from yesterday, it shows his routes that he made to and from work, but it does not show us leaving for food. Then, it has an error message that has a 15-minute discrepancy. Goosebumps ensued. I don't think he's comfortable talking about it anymore, but I'll try to get a screenshot and upload it. I called my father last night to discuss what had happened and to get some sort of comfort. He's a preacher, not sure if that's relevant. But when I tried to tell him the story, our phones kept dropping the calls. Today, when our work group of about 6 people was back, we decided to share our story, and when we started to, the building alarm went off. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be sharing my story, but I'm also not scared. I'm also totally willing to accept that the owl, dropped calls, alarms, Google glitch, could just be a perfect storm of coincidences. I just cannot get over the feeling of being trapped and the unexplained missing time. Please, give me some ideas to explore. So, I just recently started reading this sub, and tonight I thought I should share something that happened to me a few years back and get some opinions. In August of 2016, a group of friends and I went camping in Sequoia. We got to our campsite and set everything up. Then, at one point before sundown, 2 friends and I decided to go back down the hill a few miles to a general store. We knew the store was there because we passed it on our way up, and there was only one road. I was in the back seat, and my friend who was driving was playing music through his Bluetooth. On the way down, for some reason, we all took notice of this banner that was to the right. I really wish I remember what it said, but I know we all talked about it. So we got to the store, buy some more beer, tortillas, and a few other items.
doesn't really matter. We get back in the car and start heading up the mountain. After driving for X amount of time, we all look to our left and say, "Hey, didn't we just pass the entrance to our campsite?" So my friend turns back and, sure enough, it was the road that led us back into our camp. At this point, we're all a bit confused. As we're driving into the camp, we all get this really eerie feeling. Everything seemed so dark and quiet. No one was around, even though the campground was pretty full upon leaving. We joked that maybe that we had died and we were now in purgatory, but really we couldn't understand how we got back so quickly. It took us longer to go down than it did to get back up, which should be impossible. We know this for sure because we went through my friend's playlist and counted the times all of the songs we listened to on the way down and on the way up. We also never passed the banner that we had passed on the way down. I tried to play that off as maybe I just wasn't paying any attention and looking down at my phone in that moment, but surely one of them would have noticed. I should add that we had no service, so I don't know what I'd be on my phone for anyway. It was also super dark when we got back, but we had made sure to leave with enough time to make it back before the sun was fully gone. So how did we get back so fast, but also in so long that the sun was gone? After a few minutes of staying in the car and going through everything that happened, it's like the sound started to come back and we heard the rest of our group behind a few bushes at the campfire ring and could see the fire burning. It was just all a pretty weird experience that we just joke about. But since reading this sub, I haven't stopped thinking about it, and maybe it was a glitch and we shifted somehow? Oh, and there was a meteor shower later that night. If that could cause glitches, I don't really know. Hello, everyone. This is kind of hard to describe in text, but I will try to paint a picture of what my glitch experience was. If you need a visual, go to Google Earth, look up Bitney Springs in Nevada City, California, view Rough and Ready that connects to Bitney Springs Road. A little further up, beyond a bridge, there is Newton Road that brings you up the mountain to Highway 49. Usually taking this route to 49, you would go down R&R Highway, turn right into Bitney Springs, pass the spring, go a few miles, turn right onto Newton Road, which brings you all the way up to the 49. It's very simple. No circular road that brings you around to Rough and Ready. So I was in my car, driving down Rough and Ready Highway. I come to the stop sign to turn right onto Bitney Springs Road. I turn right, past the spring, go about a mile into the woods, and come to a construction zone. It was the type with a flagger to move you on once incoming traffic passes. So I'm sitting at this construction site. The man holding the stop sign is hiding behind his stop sign. I find this odd. A few cars go by, everything is normal, and then he flips his sign to signal me to go ahead, so I drive through the site. I'm driving what seems like several minutes, and suddenly, I'm back at the stop sign from Bitney Springs Road, facing the T of Rough and Ready Highway. I'm totally confused because this is not the direction that I was driving. In fact, it was the complete opposite direction. So I turn left onto R&R and see if it really is that road, and it is. So I turn back around and head back to Bitney. I turn right onto Bitney, past the spring, and come back up to the construction site, and it's all flipped backwards. The man who was originally in the front is now at the rear end of the construction site. I pass through and head back the normal way up to the 49, completely confused as to what just happened. And this is the weirdest and most confusing experience of my life so far. My friend and I were hanging out at my house. It was a house in southern rural Arizona. It was a big plot of mostly empty land with a trailer in the middle. We would often walk this area a lot, and I knew the area pretty well. We drove the ATVs to make little dirt trails. I decided that we would walk to this small retention pond about half a mile away to see the gross water. The time was about 10 to 12 p.m. in September, so the sun was in the center of the sky. I noted this because sometimes the shadows get dark in the wash, and I wanted to be able to look out for snakes. There was a fairly deep wash that runs into it, and it's really noticeable as a 5-foot to 10-foot deep crevice in the ground. It was dry at this time, and we climbed down into it to walk easier to the pond. Do not do this. It's very dangerous. We arrived at the pond and played around for a bit. There's a hill on the left side when you enter from the wash, where you could see the house from. It's 100% a straight shot back. This is the only hill you could do this from, and I made a mental note to stick a stick at the top so I knew the right spot to go down where there was no cactus. We both stood on the hill by my stick, and we both confirmed the house in our eyesight. We grabbed each other's hands, skidded down the dirt side of the hill. When my feet hit the bottom, I blinked and I let her hand go. We were not at the bottom of the hill. There are mountains and landmarks to aid, but I knew the land by mind already due to saguaro and water runoff patches. We were not even next to the pond anymore. Then, I noticed how much later it was in the afternoon as the sun was beginning to start setting. Like, the orange stage right before it actually goes down. At the top of the hill, it was maybe 2 o'clock. I think it makes sense for the distance and us exploring a lot. Now, it was around 6 o'clock. We were nearly another half a mile away by the old power lines and the old trail that ran at the side of the property. The hill we stepped off of should have been behind us, and instead was out of sight behind the trees around the wash, and we were out in the open. The time had passed, and neither of us knew what had just gone on. The feeling was just, how did I get here? I better get home. Kind of like a feeling of shock, and no emotions, just solution-based. All I knew was to disregard the facts and get my friend and I back home. I knew following the trail and lines would lead back, but I didn't want to cross the washes again. But I didn't care, as I felt like if the sun went down and we were still out, we wouldn't make it back. I have no idea how to explain that feeling, but it may have been general shock and anxiety of the event itself. There was no way that I have been able to deduce this. We would have crossed the deep wash again, another smaller 2-foot deep wash, and then walked another third of a mile into the middle of the dirt patch near the trail road to get there. We'd already done a lot of climbing and trudging, so we did not choose that, and we would remember. My friend was silent the entire time we walked back to my house, and then told me that she didn't know what happened once she got to my room. I asked her about 2 years back, and she just told me, yeah, that was weird. I have no memory of that blank, and she seems not to know either. I even recalled the story to my mom, and she put it up to imaginative thinking. But it plagues me still, not knowing what or how that occurred. Tonight, I believe my brother and I somehow got into a time loop or deja vu. Something's odd and nothing feels right anymore. My brother, 13, and myself, 25, were in the car waiting for our family to be done at Walmart. It was about 9:40-ish. We think nothing of waiting and just talk passing the time as my brother tells me about school from his 6th grade adventures. Mainly about weird kids in class. Keep in mind we're in the back seat of a truck and are in the parking lot of Walmart. Looking to the right, as I'm seated on that side, I see a man wearing a dirty white shirt running with his daughter as they wail and holler and laugh. Seeing this, my brother and I both laugh because it was kind of funny to watch. On the left of the truck on my brother's side is a blue car. A man is packing that car but taking forever, so we go back to talking. About 2 minutes later, a group of 3 girls walk by the truck laughing and saying random banter that I can't quite remember, something along the lines of someone being so funny. They get in the car diagonal to the truck and laugh before pulling out and leaving. My brother notices the blue car guy finally leaving as well moments later. He commented by saying, "Finally." Now, here's the weird part. After we talk a little bit more and laugh with each other, suddenly, we hear a familiar wail. I turned to the right and it was the same dirty white shirt guy running the same path with the same daughter laughing. I said, "Deja vu," out loud, and felt a little weird. It was that feeling of, what in the world? My brother laughed a bit thinking I was memeing until he looked and noticed the blue car guy packing again. We paid no mind, thinking maybe he forgot something and go about talking, until we hear the laugh of the 3 girls. They load up and pass our window again, getting in the car diagonal of us. Same outfits, same being so funny. By now, my brother and I are looking at each other. I mentioned it's weird, and why is that guy running the same path twice? My brother says maybe he forgot something in the store. We shake it off, and I look at my dying phone at 2% charge, and we note the time being 9:50. My phone dies trying to load up YouTube, and we laugh and talk. My brother takes his Switch after some time, and notes the time is still 9:50. We were talking for at least a good 5 minutes. We think it's weird, getting a little nervous, but we distract each other with jokes. After what feels like 2 to 3 minutes later, the same white shirt guy and daughter run out of the store wailing and laughing. We see it now, and we're worried. Turn to the left, and that same blue car is still packing. My brother comments, "Maybe we're in a time loop like you said," and then the girls come out and go to their car again. This time, we do something different. We watch the white shirt guy load up his daughter in his van and talk to the driver for a bit before getting in and pulling out. I was curious to see if they actually left this time. The girls leave next, and then finally the blue car. My brother states, if it happens again, we're going in the store. We feel like it's been ages waiting until we see our family leave the store and come to the car. They don't believe us, only our father who likes to read about theories, and then we make note of the time. 9:55 p.m. How did all of that happen in what felt like at least 20 minutes happen in only 5? How did we see the same people 3 times doing the same thing 3 times? We aren't tired. We both witnessed the same events and are both in agreement. Our family says they felt strange in the store, but they leave it at that. So what happened to us? It's been on my mind that we were in some sort of time loop. Any answers help, and thank you for reading. I'm a skeptic naturally, so I don't know whether to believe this or not. I reluctantly spoke to my best friend about it, and she said it was weird as well. I've been thinking about these events for about 2-ish weeks, and basically, recently just before school started, early September, I was thinking about the topic of shifting realities, because I'm just really unhappy with my life in general, and I feel like all my choices in general have been pretty stupid and poor. So I was simply surface thinking, and didn't really attempt any methods or whatever. And when I started school, my target grade, which isn't supposed to change at all from the last year, went up a single grade, which shocked me. Of course, I looked into it, and observed other students' target grades in that specific class, and some students' target grades had changed from what I remember them being. Some stayed the same. I thought to myself, maybe I was doing well and the teacher decided to change it? But I haven't been doing well in that class in general, and there's this girl who I'm friends with, who is absolutely amazing in my class, that still has the exact same target grade as before. It didn't go up or anything. I double-checked with my teacher too. I asked her if target grades had changed, and she said no. They haven't changed since last year. This I find very weird, but obviously wasn't enough to convince me, so I just continued on with my day, and I then realized that in the same class, someone's entire identity had changed. A boy and then another boy that I'm both acquainted with switched identities. I'm familiar with both of the boys, and they literally switched names and classes. This specific boy was never in my class before, which freaked me out. The other boy also appears to be missing, or at least I haven't seen him from ever since school started. I also noticed some other weird stuff, like a cat's missing poster money reward going from 300 pounds down to 100 pounds, then back up to 300 pounds. This happened whenever I would pass it in the streets, but maybe I'm just being delusional, I'm not sure. There was also one more thing. I've always suffered from insomnia, and always would go to sleep at such late times, like around 2 to 3 in the morning, maybe even later than that. And then randomly, there was a period of time where I would naturally fall asleep at such early times, like around 7 to 8 p.m., which weirded me the heck out because I've never been able to do that.